Well, good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. It's good to see all of you in here for such an early morning stream. Hey, Go Bulldogs. Petra. Hey, T. Kathy's too early for you. Tammy. Drop Dead Deb. Chris. Big Al. Rise and shine, my friend. Rise and shine. How you guys doing? Hey, Diana. Welcome. Thank you so much. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you. Hey, Layla. So, yes, it is early. It is early on a Sunday morning. It's not easy like a Sunday morning, but it is early. Um, Doing it while the kids are asleep, Big Al. So. Hey, Patty. Good morning, Roddy. Oh, I like the new photo, Patty. That's beautiful. Hey, Pointer lover. How's everybody doing? Did you guys have a good weekend? Hey, Jesse. It has been a rainy, crappy weekend for us. Hey, Cass. It's me, Amberly. Good morning. Billy Sunday. You like early? I don't. I'm not a morning person, but you know what? A lot of people aren't on early morning. So I came to pay my dues to Pastor Granny. Love you too, Chris. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, do you enjoy them? Good. Okay, great. Well, then I'm glad there's a lot, not a lot of you, but quite a few of you this morning. So that's nice. Hey, Catherine. Yes, it is pretty dreary out. I don't like it. Hey, Turn the Page. What a cool name. I like that. Lots of rain in southeast Texas. That's how it is over here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So Cinco de Mayo. I didn't even realize it. Welcome back, Pointer Lover. Love to have you. I will be, Billy. I actually had a really nice day yesterday. With my family. We went to the Amish market and then we played family. Did you know through the Alexa you can play a lot of games? So we played song quiz, pop quiz, something like that, where like they play a bit of the song, you have to name the title, and then we played Family Duel, which is like Family Feud. So that was really fun. I know, please go away, rain. We went from like 90 degrees, beautiful, sunny, bright, to here we are, right? But here we are together. So you love the rain. I can't, I could bust into song right now, Tammy. I can't stand the rain. Don't do it, Tammy. Don't do it. Hey, Jolie's. Good morning. And, oh, don't you worry about that, Patty. Just hitting the thumbs up and being here is more than enough. Good morning, Gary. Chicken feet. So do I, Billy. I love them. And as you guys know, there's been a lot going on that I'm trying my damnness to ignore. At some point, it will be addressed. But in the meantime, I'm going to make sure that I have everything under control before I do that. It's raining men. Hallelujah. I know. How did this happen, Ratty? My son's uncle go to church there. I am waiting on a text to hear what people in church are thinking about it. Oh, wow. You'll have to let me know, Chris. I was going to talk about, as Billy mentioned, Mika. But then I got, yes, you have to let me know. Hey, Shar. Good morning. So, man, who would have known so much could happen pertaining to missing child? So there's been a lot of things since the last time we touched in about all of this that have been taking place. It's really unfortunate because at the end of the day, Sebastian is still missing. So Sebastian Rogers, 15 years old, last seen February 26th. Um, and there's been no real major updates. Now I know a lot of you, and including myself, have seen that photo floating around that people are speculating to be Sebastian. Let me pull that up really quick. Last we heard, I know Chris Proudfoot was saying it was not Sebastian, and I know that Seth believes that it was, as well as his PR, or I'm sorry, private investigators who no longer work with him. So we're going to get into all of that. Um, Looks like we'll be using video, and that's okay. All right, so he always does it in such a funny way. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys because it's not listed just on Google. So right here is the photo, and I'll tell you what, it looks a lot like it could be Sebastian. But we haven't had a real update on it. So fingers crossed. But Sunday roast at Granny's house. I like it. Hey, Natalie. Hey, Shermfire. Good morning, everyone. The saddest part about Sebastian's case is his father's the one causing so much drama. Yeah, we're going to get into all of that. Um, so where we stand, there's no clear answer on this yet. What I do find to be weird, and I'm sure many do as well, is the woman that took this photograph did not report it immediately. She came up with a lot of excuses to why she didn't. Her son didn't want her involved. She didn't have a cell phone. Did you guys hear all of that? Hey, Smiles. Please leave this up because I have to go help Brain Cal soon. That is not nice, creme brulee. I know that is part of life, but I don't like it. Good morning, Cal's bells. Okay, so that's where we kind of left off, right? No real answers on this. Like I said, the private investigators that were working for Seth, they did mention they believe it to be him. So let's get into everything that's going on. So the private investigators have taken a step back, and they have done this under the guise, or not the guys, I shouldn't say, but they've done this after Seth decided that he was going to have a PR person. Hey, Winnie the Pup, Sarah, me. So Seth decides he needs a PR person. I'm not quite sure why. I don't know. Do any of you really understand it? Because I sure don't. I don't know why he would need a PI, but nonetheless, he goes and gets himself, a PR, public relations, and people aren't too happy about it. So it seems really weird, doesn't it, Big Al? It seems really weird. And if anybody wants to come up in a little bit and discuss it with me, you're more than welcome. I'd love to have a conversation. So Mr. Mathis is now going to be this public relations person that is going to be speaking on behalf of Seth. I don't understand why, but okay. So I know the private investigator did state at one point, she says, lastly, I've seen many asking if I'm still working for Seth. With recent developments and with Mr. Mathis taking over, I am stepping back. Justice War Investigations services are always available to him if when he needs us. So if you guys recall, even those two ladies stated that Seth was a lot to handle, that he's a handful. And that's never good. I mean, why is it that he's a handful? So they went and made a big, huge post. Um, I guess about a day ago. Do you really? I, I, I feel like damage is done, and I know that's horrible, but I do feel that way. Hey, Scooter McBooters, what a fantastic name, and I love your avatar. Thank you, and welcome here. All right, so Justice Warriors writes, good morning, and thank you for all your kindness. Many of you have noticed how quiet we've been the last few days. Well, of course, we noticed it because they've been nothing but loud from the moment they were hired. They were right on social media, panels, all of the things. So, hey, Kayla, we did notice their silence, right? Which I know must have been a shock considering that we had previously been shouting from the mountaintops, so to speak, about the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I apologize for my vague answers and sometimes lack of an answer to all your messages. Well, that's one thing we pointed out here is that there really wasn't much, they didn't have many answers, right? Not answers that we needed. Do you want me to pull it up on the screen? I can do that. Give me 1 second. Oh, I still have this big from last time. All right. Okay, let me pull this up for all of you. So I'll make it bigger again. Okay, so this, where'd we go? Where'd we go? That's not it. Well, they have a lot going on here. All right, all right. Did they remove it? Okay, here it is. I apologize. Okay, everybody can see it on your screens. We can see it. This guy tried, and Seth kept talking. Friday, he's got a hard job ahead of him. Seth does seem to be a handful. Yeah. Something weird is going on in YouTube streets. I agree with you, Scooter. I tell you what's weird and what's going on. The tides are about to turn against Seth. And those of you who have followed me from the beginning have heard me state this would take place from the beginning. I am telling you, the tides are turning against Seth. That is what we are all feeling. Hey, Larry. Hey, Lenny. They did, Larry. You're right. They did. The McCanns did. In that situation, though, that I feel like they had a little more reason. Hey, Granny. Chumba, good morning. Okay, so here we go. Um, I apologize for my vague answer. Okay, we read that. You have all been so supportive and you do not deserve to be ghosted. So I'm going to put this here and I pray that y'all can get behind a new direction of the case. As you probably already know, Tracy and I came into the case on April 15th. My style of investigating is an in your face tactic that is meant to draw people out and get to the bottom of what is going on. We walked into a shitstorm that had been brewing for some time and things got really out of hand. Aside from the public outburst on web sleuths, the public did not know what had occurred behind the scenes. What the public saw was the tip of the iceberg, and I was becoming extremely concerned about how far things would go. Whether any of it actually had anything to do with Sebastian is debatable. Some say yes, and some say no. Regardless, someone needed to step in who could calm the storm, and that person is Tony Mathis. Now, we'll look into Tony Mathis in just a minute. Now, I did successfully open a line of communication between myself and the Proudfoots, and I was trying my very best to diffuse the situation. However, I was unable to do so, and therefore, someone else needed to step in. I wish him the very best, and I agree that although transparency with the public is necessary to some degree, in this case, there are things that are better kept close to the vest. AKA, he spoke too much. Seth spoke too much. Good morning, Laura, Kathy. Okay. I'm going to comment on one thing regarding Katie. Now, I'm very glad that they touched on this because I find this to be despicable, and this is going to lead me into my next thing. I don't know what happened on February 26, 2024, the day that Sebastian seemingly vanished into thin air. However, I've seen some things said about her past that breaks my heart. She is being chastised over something she had no control over. Unfortunately, we don't get to choose our parents. Please try to have some empathy, at least pertaining to that aspect of all of this. That's all I'm going to say about that. So put a one in the chat if you've heard the speculations. I feel you, Carl. I'm an early riser anyway, because I go to bed extremely early. Put a one if you've heard the speculation and the discussion based around Katie's mother. I'm curious how many people have heard it. It's just another loophole, if you ask me. Hey, Southern Gale. Hey, Elise. I mean, I seen you come in. I read your comment, but sorry, I didn't say hi. Revival. Good morning. It is horrible. Okay, so a lot of you have it, Jason. Very interesting. We're going to get to it in just a minute. I want to follow this first. Lastly, I have seen many asking if I'm still working for Seth. With recent developments and with Mr. Mathis taking over, I'm stepping back. Now, this is the part I don't understand because she's supposed to be a private investigator and Mr. Mathis is supposed to be a public relations, right? You would think that they would work hand in hand. So I'm wondering if there is some controversy between the two. Good morning, one juror. It's been a while. Okay, so I don't know why they can't work together. Justice Warrior Investigation Services are always available to him if when he needs us. But to answer your question, we are no longer under a retainer. So they were being paid, right? That's what we would gather from a retainer. That means payment. Hey, Grandma Sherry. It is so lovely to have so many of you here with me early on a Sunday morning. Thank you. So, retainer. Okay. We do believe that the photo at Grandfather Mound is Sebastian, and until we know one way or another, there isn't much we can do. Now, wouldn't you think, as a private investigator, if there was such a large potential lead, such as that photo, that they would be there? I mean, they were getting paid, right? Including Seth cupcakes, including Seth. Okay. So she believes it to be him. If it is Sebastian, this would become a federal case and we would be thrilled for the FBI to take the lead. This would be the best development yet. As a private investigator, we can do a lot to help the case along, but we do not have the ability to get warrants, and that is what is needed to gather the evidence necessary to find Sebastian. Why would they need warrants? I guess to figure out whoever the person was and go to their home. Oh, that's exciting, Sarah May. Hey, KNS. Okay, that's my problem with the GoFundMe, the reward fund. The math ain't mathin'. That dang YouTube math, I'll tell you. Okay, so, all right. We will continue to follow the case closely and share updates as they are released to the public. We love Sebastian and we will continue to pray for a safe return. Respectfully, Heather. Okay, Heather. Okay. Mm. So look at what they put 14 hours ago. A man without ethics is a wild beast loosed upon this world. What do you think that means? I think they don't like Seth. And Kimberly, it is proven. It is proven. So it is no longer just your opinion. It is actually factual. Money moves. Good morning. A warrant for the video footage. Apparently, oh, okay, from the business there. But you would think that the FBI would be doing that. But okay, good. Thank you, Pointer Lover. The FBI got Kohlberger in days with and DNA fast with subpoenas. Come on now, something isn't right there. Something is right there. I do think it's Sebastian, but I don't know when it was took. Yeah, me took, right, took. Okay. You don't know when it was taken. Okay. I feel like this is like a subliminal message, but what do you guys think? Let's see what this one is. As I stated before, I do believe in freedom of speech. And as you all know, the Sebastian Rogers case is a national high profile case. People are going to have their thoughts and opinions about the who, what, where, why, and when. In cases like this, everyone involved in the case, particularly the parents, even PIs and LE, are under a microscope. Everyone, okay. There's always going to be mudslinging. There's no possible way to stop that. We encourage healthy conversation amongst the public pertaining to the details of the case. Overall and collectively, the public often comes up with some really great theories, and we are always open to hear those theories and consider them. However, I just want to make it clear that we, Tracy and I, cannot speak openly about our opinions or theories. We must stay focused on the facts as we know them, and we are still trying to vet what is actually fact and what is not. So we do not go through and delete things being said on this page unless it's downright defamatory or disrespectful. That does not necessarily mean that we agree with everything being said. There's a lot of information to process at the moment, and we include Chloe, that's the one I don't like at all, are just trying to figure out where to go from here. So I didn't like Chloe at all. Just didn't like her. Bad vibes from the beginning. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about how many people have stopped communications with Seth. Hey, Zero. And this isn't going to be necessarily a bash Seth thing. I really want to go through each things that have taken place recently. But we know the police no longer speak to Seth. We know he lost attorneys. We know he lost private investigators. How many more people are going to walk away from Seth? Has the PR guy set up a GoFundMe yet? he set up one, Cal Paris, even though the family already had one. Wow, you're kidding. Good morning, Nicolina. Just one more time, in case you guys didn't know, I do not like Chloe at all. Just not even like a smidgen of like for her. I would like to know how much is actually left on the donations and why Seth has not publicly said that he's donated anything to Reward Fund. Well, it's funny you say that, Scooter McBooters, because Seth was actually telling people not to donate to the Reward Fund. Which one was the one that when Chris said Sebastian? So that was just a YouTuber that was web sleuths. That when Chris said Sebastian was his son, they made sure to say stepson. That was web sleuths. She had Chloe on panel with her. Chloe is the one that made the weird comment about, was there something going on between Chris and his daughter? Like, why wouldn't he want his daughter there? Very bizarre comment, because as the PI, she should have known. Hey, Michael, just me. Hello, hello. You couldn't tell? You guys are unsure? I don't believe there's two GoFundMes. No, I think they're saying that there should be coming based off previous histories with this Mathis guy. I'm seeing a pattern here. People run from SR. He's very difficult, as stated by the private investigators. He sure did absolutely tell people not to donate to the reward fund, even try to paint the narrative that the money wasn't even real in the reward fund. Lordy have mercy. He's just doing anything to try to prevent. I don't get it. Oh, that's right. I was going to say that. Nonprofit search parties as well as local volunteers, Kimberly. So we have police cut off communication, attorney, private investigators, nonprofit search parties, and volunteer local searchers have all stopped because of Seth's behaviors. Now, what are those behaviors, some may ask? Well, just the behaviors I was screaming from the rooftop about from the beginning. Terry Lynn talked about the reward fund in depth this morning, and it sounds like the lawyer was doing shady shit. Everybody's doing shady shit, according to who you ask, right, Shorty? Everybody, Seth claims that the Proudfoots are paying off the FBI, the TBI, the local police. I mean, how much are we supposed to believe from these deluded minds, right? So when it comes to Seth, that man's going through a lot. He is going through so much, right? His son is missing. He doesn't have answers. He's being paraded, or he's on a parade on YouTube, whichever way you look at it. And he has a lot of bad people in his ears. He has a lot of people that want the drama between Seth and the Proudfoots to continue, right? So the poor guy, I can excuse some of his behaviors on those bases. But at the same time, are we really going to take, like, the attorney with the GoFundMe was doing weird shit? Like, really? Like, a reputable person was doing weird shit, according to Terry Lynn, who comes from the 90-day community drama community? Officer says during search that he is searching with the officer that lives there. Officer neighbor. I'll check it out, Steph, but you do have me a bit confused. Yes, with anybody who hates the Proudfoots. They made a deal to work hand in hand, and right away, JLR, Pascal, these people go live and they basically say to Seth, we feel betrayed, the people feel betrayed, and we want our money back. So what does Seth do? Later that night, he can be found on panels bashing the Proudfoots again. I wonder how many bogus leads he has given these creators, investigators. Well, I mean, private jets, Alaska, you name it. Seth talks too much. I think that's why Ellie doesn't tell him things. No, he's done way too much to excuse. Why can't he stop calling into them? Is he that lonely? Seems like they are the only ones he's listening to. Well, we know how these YouTubers claim to be, attorneys, and I'm exactly what I was going to say next, because supposedly she's the one that made all the phone calls to get to the bottom of the reward. So he's listening to her. She is also the one that he was going around saying, posting his Cash App as well as her Cash App. So it's bizarre. He's a grown man and knows right from wrong. He chooses to do and say what he does. Right, Nicolina? I do. 1 second. I'm going to play that, Carl. I'm trying to catch up 1.5. My brain's on fire. I do. If you try, spare yourself. It's going to be like this. Does Seth naively believe the things he's putting out, or is it straight? So I don't know. Listen, follow me here, right? I'm not saying I'm not going to go as far as to say that Seth is guilty because I don't know. Hey, Miss L and Summy, I don't know, but what I will say is one thing as true crime followers, if you're into true crime the way I am, one thing we often hear is that the perp will insert themselves, rather that be making several reports with the news, returning to the scene, helping the police, and then you find out, that they are the perp, right? That they are the suspects. And in this case, I have felt that Seth has been very loud for a reason, and I don't know why. Now, I will say that even Chris Proudfoot put up a post. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. That I actually agreed with. Just a moment. Okay. So Chris Proudfoot put up a post that says the truth is always quiet. It's the lies that are loud. The truth is always quiet. It is the lies that are loud. And I feel like that is true. Guilty dogs bark. I mean, just possible. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying he's guilty because I don't know. He could just be a grieving, confused father. But that is something we hear throughout these true crime studies. Good morning, Wendy. Really sucked that other creator had to tear apart that phone call with CP. I think it was great to hear about Sebastian. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. I said the same thing, Lacey. I don't know if he's guilty either, but I'm willing to bet there are a few creators working together to put out misinformation. I agree. Thank you, AT. I'm in a yeah, well listen, I don't like Chris Proudfoot, but I don't hate Chris Proudfoot. You know what I mean? Like I can see flaws in both of these men. I think both of these men have a temper. I think both of these men are controlling. I think both of these men have a lot in common, which is likely why Katie married both of these men, right? So when I said to you all that the internet was starting to turn, let me show you what I meant by that. So I stumbled across oh, it did not mail to me. So 1 second. I stumbled across a post that JLR actually tweeted. And as we know, he is one of the biggest um, channels right now that people are listening to when it comes to this case. So this is what he tweeted out, and he asked, "Is this true? Can someone clarify Seth and Katie's relationship history for me? Because either the math ain't mathin' or Seth is a groomer." Here's what we know. Katie's mom was convicted of exploitation of her child in 2002 when Katie was 12. Seth said he and Katie have known each other since Katie was 12. So he was around 22. Public records connect Katie and Seth as far back as 2005 when Katie was 15 and he was 25. There's very limited public data since Katie was a child at that time. Katie's mom was convicted in West Virginia in 2002. Seth moved to Virginia in 2004. So where did they meet when she was 12 and how? Now, a lot of people haven't been touching on that math right there because that math isn't pretty. It's just not a pretty math, right? But the fact of the matter is, according to Seth himself, he's known Katie since she was 12. He has Loxy, but this isn't from JLR. This is just the math that's been going around, and somebody broke it out. The fact that JLR shared it is why I'm telling you the tides are getting ready to turn. People are fed up with Seth. They're realizing now the red flags that we have been pointing out from the beginning. People are starting to realize them. I don't like it. It's going to be sad. This man is going to be shoved off that pedestal that these creators have placed him on for views and clout. But this is just the way it is. This is the way YouTube with these cases work. Any other man would have been totally trashed being with such a young girl. She was a child. He was in his 20s. Well, there's that, right? There is that. So about 10 years apart. So when Katie was 12, he was 22. Thank you, Seth. I did see that. Thank you. I'll click it. They are. You know it, Diana. We've seen this happen time and time again. Okay, so I don't need that up again then. Let's see this. So I did watch The Dispatcher. What is this one? The Officer Neighbor. Okay, so Steph sent this to us, and we're going to play it really quick. It says the office police. Oh, okay, so we did watch this. So this is going to be the so-called neighbor who's an officer.
Now, please. Start at the beginning of Kelly Lane 1000. We're going to work our way north of Kelly Lane. That's fine. I'll get these two houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me.
So when they talk about sending 8 units to 1,000.
Okay, so one of his neighbors is an officer, and that's what they say, that, you know, right there is the officer who's with me's house. I'm not sure how that comes into play, though, Steph, to be honest. Or Steph, I'm sorry. My nana was 8 years older than my grandpa. It all depends on the age they hooked up. Now, I agree with that. A 10-year age difference isn't really that big of a deal, 0 joules. It's actually very common, except for when we're talking about one being an adult and one being a minor child, right? Looks bad when you make the comparison when you say kid. Well, 12 years old is a kid, respectfully. So there's no pretty way to say it, right? If my 12-year-old came home and told me they were dating a 22-year-old, I'd be furious. And we also have to remember it is the same year, the same age that Katie's mother was charged with exploitation of her child. So it made people think that, you know, and again, this is speculation, this is rumor, but is that how he became aware of Katie at the age of 12? I hope not. I hope not. But it shouldn't be taken off the table, because if this was Chris, and we found out that Chris met Katie at the age of 12 in 2002, the same year her mother was convicted of exploitation of her child, people would be having a field day. He'd be labeled that, you know? Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, if you do the math, if we are in, if they're divorced and Sebastian is 15, let's do some math really quick. You guys want to do math? I don't, because I hate math, but we can do it. All right, let's do it. So we are in 2024. And 15 years ago from 2024 would have been 2009. Right? So 2009 is 7 years apart from 2002. I don't know. I mean, how do we know they met when she was 12? I believe that. We don't know anything happened, Stevie. Of course we don't know that. But we do know could be friends with Chris. Also, what if he was hiding Sebastian? Yeah, he could be friends also with Seth, because let's face it, Seth is the one that works in the surrounded field of police officers, right? So it could also be You know what I'm saying? Could also be that he's friends with Seth. From my math, Katie was 17 when she had Sebastian. Yeah, it's hard to do the math, to be honest. Okay, so that's where we were. So 2009. So 2002, she was 12. Then 2009, she would not have been 17. I think he met her at age 14 and said, "You'll be mine someday." No idea if any of that is true or where I heard that. I did hear that as well. Take that as nonsense. So she's 34 now. Thank you so much. So she was 19 when she had Sebastian. Um, and then we would have to know, did she get pregnant right away? Did they date first? Did they court first? If he met her at 12, he started dating her. Let's say he waited till she was 18. You still got to admit, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Again, if this was Chris, people would be like, oh, you know, so it is. It's a little odd. Maybe not illegal, but nonetheless. I don't think it is an important key in any of this, but if we are going to dig up the fact that Katie's mother has the charges she has, then let's take it for what it's worth. If Seth says that he met Katie when she was 12, that was the same exact year that her own mother was convicted of exploitation of her child. I think it's odd. It was Seth that said it. Thank you, Rabbit Hutch. And then Seth himself alleges she terminated previous pregnancies. So that's interesting. Ooh, he does, Festige. Thank you. He does. That's what I was saying. If anybody has a connection to police officers, I'd lean more towards it being Seth than I would Chris. It is a lot of odd, right? It's a lot of weird. Um, Respectfully, it does matter. A Libra's moon. It does matter. Yeah, it does matter to me at least. It may not matter to you, and I understand that. And I respect what you're saying. Let's get back to Sebastian, of course. Absolutely. But we are speculating this morning, and I do feel like it matters. Hey, Grieve. Right. Hmm. Well, the private investigators pretty much confirmed it. So I don't know. There's also that, right? And not anyone's place to tell her story. Yeah, it's not anybody's place to tell anybody's story, especially Sebastian's when he doesn't have a voice right now. A story that's harmful to him. He tells everyone else's stories, but not his own. That's fact. Seth put things out there should never be shared with us. It shows his character if he was with a young girl. Seth Lane got his job because it was Chris who pushed him. Seth is 43. He looks rough. Jeez, good lordy. I think Duchess would be able to answer a lot. Seth should not be spewing all this info in the first place. No, none of this needs to be known. But here we are. It's all out there, right? People are tearing apart Katie for what her mother did when she was a child. If anything, Katie is a victim. And I don't mean she's a victim of her mother's actions. I don't know. Could have been towards her, could have been her sister. I don't know. But we put together things people have said, right? So we put together, we have Jay for Justice saying that Katie's sister died of an overdose. We have the fact that her mother was arrested in 2002. 1 second, get the tea. Okay, so we have the fact that 2002, Katie's mother was arrested for exploitation of her child. Again, could have been a sister, whatever. What we are able to, at least myself, conclude to is that these girls lived a tough childhood, right? And if anything, they deserve our empathy for it. They don't deserve to be trashed and bashed and ran through the mud for what their mother did when they were young girls. If it is true that Katie had an issue with drugs before going into serve our country, you know, I'm glad she was able to save herself. Why anybody would use that against her just makes me sick, especially when a lot of people doing it and trying to use it against her have their own skeletons, right? So why don't we congratulate the fact that Katie was able to change her life for the better and is a survivor of whatever trauma she lived during her early teen years, and be grateful and thankful that she's now in a better place, and thank her for her service to our country. But people hate her, so not public business. Even I'm clutching my pearls. Well, I understand that, Polly. It's pretty gross that Seth would put that out there, to be honest. I mean, just like he had no problem putting out his son's stories. Honestly, I don't care what age they were. What bothers me is, how did mom get custody? Why not Seth? Well, we can go over that, Tracy Hicks. If you're really confused, we can go over the divorce papers that included CPS calls and complaints from the school against Seth with Sebastian. But a lot of people get angry and they say, well, you're trashing the father because apparently you're only allowed to trash the mother and stepfather. I agree with that, Big Al. It is infuriating. I thought that is another person with the same name as Katie who lived in a total different state. Which part? I'm sorry, New Jersey, Robin. Not judging, but I don't like the sling blade impersonation CP did. Plus, Ellie would come out and debunk the photo to negate. Well, if not, well, I agree with that. What sling blade impersonation did he do? I think CP is a good husband looking after Katie. Well, his wife would be in a fragile place right now. Katie presents herself to me like she had been triggered and re-traumatized. That's why she seems to be dissociated. My heart breaks for her, grieving mom. Yeah, the same way people offer grace to Seth, they should be offering it to Katie as well. If people want to hate on Chris, go ahead and hate on Chris. But the fact of the matter is, these are three parents that are suffering. I was reviewing these idiots. I fast forwarded through that stuff about her sister, her mom, because nothing to do with Sebastian. I agree. Unfortunately, it's still, public discussion. I definitely be leery of speculating on this, confused on how old anyone is or when they met. JR starting out a huge insinuation there. He is, but this, you know what this is, Jason, right? This is the beginning to what we knew was going to take place. The turn of the tides. They are going to turn on Seth now. That was an effing troll on Clues. Oh, the person that tried to impersonate, and then they tried saying it was Chris, trying to use an accent. So I thought that was actually a brilliant stream, quite frankly. I know she's now being torn apart, and that's usually how it goes. We know how people do things. So for those you're unaware, Chris Proudfoot did call into a stream, and it was nice. They shared some stories, some videos. I'm going to show you guys one of the videos. I found it to be really sweet. I guess this person is in communications with Katie by the sounds of it. Give me just a moment. But yeah, I'm with you, Jason. I don't like the speculating of any of it, but it's just what's going around. It may be easy to assume this crap is true, but we have no idea. Well, I mean, again, you gotta admit though, Jason, it was Seth that said he met her at that age, and it was Seth that told about their personal relations, like what she. I don't even like repeating it as your body, your choice type of thing for me. I know people feel differently, and that's fine. Keep the politics out of it. Why isn't this coming up now? Usually when I scroll through, this would just show up, but hold on. Maybe I'm on the wrong one. I don't think so. Only watched one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Can't find the actual timestamp. Maybe I'm scrolling too fast. Maybe if one of my mods could help me out, if somebody can tell me where on this video and timestamp they showed the beautiful videos of Sebastian bowling and at a game. Here it is. Never mind. All right. Let's check this out. Was Katie still with Seth when she joined the military? That was around 19, right? I think they do too. I think that they've tried to protect everybody's, most importantly, Sebastian's skeletons from coming out. Or his trauma, I should say. Not his skeletons, his trauma. My stepkids are moving in with us, and this story scares me. I see how people treat step parents. JJ, let me just tell you, the way people are treating step parents is ridiculous. It is gross. The more people to love your children, the better. If you are that petty, and dare I say insecure, excuse me, to tell a man who has stepped up to the plate and has housed, fed, and clothed and cared for your child and diminish them by a damn title, that's So what's unfortunate during this video is that the sound of the video is too loud and we can't hear Chris and them having a discussion in the background. But this is still a beautiful video. Now, what I want to know is the date on this video, but we couldn't hear them speaking in the background. Look at him. Like, let's see you do better, Mom. That's he reminds me of my son. When I take him bowling, he kind of does the same thing, like let's see what you got type of thing. But this shows, a happy, healthy Sebastian out having fun, bowling, interacting. He's actually wearing clothes that my son himself would wear. Just the whole thing. This could be our child. This could be us. This could be our names. How would we want to be treated? And I'm reminding myself when it comes to Seth, because I know I haven't been easy on him. I'm trying to bring the compassion back out of me. So what Sebastian's doing there is a Fortnite dance that I'm well too familiar with. So the young boy behind him taps him and says, "Say you suck," and then he screams, "You suck." That is, this is a Fortnite dance. What I see here is a happy, healthy, fun kid. He feels comfortable being himself. He's secure. It takes a lot of courage, especially a teenage boy, to get up and dance like that. I know my son is now at that age where he's like, no, I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? These are beautiful moments that were shared with us. And unfortunately, they don't paint Chris or Katie in a bad light. So we won't see many people playing these videos. And that's truly sad. He's very loved by many people. Good morning, Kate the Great. He said that with passion. He said it with passion. With autism, if he was abused, his demeanor would be way different. He seems, he's just a beautiful, filmed with pride, right? Proud parents filming. He's dancing. He's having a great time. Is this a hockey game? I wish she would have turned down the bowling sound, but I believe this is a hockey game. So I'm glad you asked that, Rebel Faith, because I'm unsure myself. I could hear Chris speaking in the background, but the sounds of the videos were just too loud. Oh, Kimberly, shouldn't we be able to claim V-Bucks on our tax returns? I don't know about you, but whoo, child, the amount of V-Bucks this kid tries to get off of me. Now, these are the things that need to be out there, right? These show beautiful, happy, healthy. These, if you ask me, they seem to be closer to date, given his height, his looks, his age, but I don't know. We can see if it does get mentioned. She does play them for quite a bit.
Randomly, Sebastian's got this little.
Okay, so she turned off the sound list here.
Said, oh.
Yeah.
Now I'm eating all those words I've said before. Cause both Sadie and Sebastian have them toys that make noise. I'm just like, oh my god, and it's weird.
Now that's a normal parent thing to say. Okay. As parents, how many of us can't stand toys that make sound? My son here has a piano. I had to put tape over the speaker because although I love him playing the piano, it's too loud, right? So that's a normal thing to say. We can't stand when the toys have noises and all that. And here's Chris saying, I regret the times I complained. Videos, children abuse such they don't have the vibrance in their eyes and mannerisms. Sebastian is loved and every image displays this. They had the
Weird because randomly Sebastian's got this little. Think of like Simon Says, but I don't know what they call it. But he's got a little one, and this thing will randomly go off, and you're like, "What? What? Who said where?" Starts to give you a little heebie-jeebies after a little while, but and then you figure it out. Damn toys.
Yeah.
So Chris was on this podcast or on this stream for quite a while, and it was nice to hear these loving stories. It was nice to hear I believe it is Simon Says where it's the color codes blue, green. It was nice to hear Chris be able to speak freely and there was, memories shared, fishing, and how much fun Sebastian had fishing, and he would even throughout this you would hear Chris defend Seth. He would still defend Seth. Simon Says, that's it.
Oh,
What?
he's so cute.
But no,
I can't even see him.
I will say this much. No, I don't need a shirt. I do. I want everybody to understand those shirts. Man, it's a great shirt. I promise you, it is a performance style shirt. So if you think of like the Nike Dry Fit,
Yeah.
kind of like that soft, breathable performance style shirt, it's great. There's a small mom and pop company.
So that I think he's talking about shirts that they had made. Hey Arctic. I love his head when he says, "You suck." He said it with passion. It's adorable. Chris spoke very lovingly about Sebastian. You could hear sadness in his voice at times. And unfortunately, people will tear him apart for that. Chris loves his son. My kids has two step parents, and if they didn't look at her as her own, I wouldn't feel comfortable with them, with my baby's presence. And you got to remember, nobody had an issue. Nobody had an issue when it first came out. Even Seth was referring to Chris as father. I don't know how we have gotten to this place where there's such a divide between these parents, but it's devastating. It's horrible. And I feel like the internet has a lot to do with it. Miss Leah and Tia. Good morning, Nico. Would anybody like to come up? So now I wanted to show that. We'll get back to all of this. But let's go talk about who this new PR person is and where did they come from. Oh, did he? Did he really, Agent 99? Can you send that to me? SF Investigates said a lot of apologies will be owed to CP and to Katie and Chris Proudfoot. I don't know, but she's not bothering me, so they're saying it. That dang. They just stopped selling her food at the pet shop I go to. And I'm like, what am I going to do? She's very particular. Who do you think was part of the parental alienation? This good one. Thank you, Profile, and I appreciate that. He's seen it how we are. He's been on their side. And you know what? Even somebody I don't very often agree with, Gray Hughes. You guys know he's a big fan of Granny over here. He loves the show. But that doesn't mean we can't love him. But we don't. But I'm just saying, he agrees with us on this situation. It was on Facebook. Michelle After Dark Reddit. Okay. I do believe a lot of apologies will be owed. And I'm sorry, but can somebody tell me, if you think about this, let's go in order, right? And I'm going to do this without trying to be too hard on Seth, but what divided them for the first 3 days that Sebastian here on our screen was missing. Seth was at their home. He stayed at their home. So they were somewhat in a place where they could stay together, right? Until I agree, Glory. Matter of fact, I have people right now that are doing that to me just for being a creator. So yeah, I get it. Until Seth's sister started a GoFundMe after the police and FBI said it would be a bad idea to do that. So that caused the first fight between them. And the GoFundMe was on the grounds that Seth would have to go look for Sebastian so he wouldn't be going back to work. Some people had noticed that as the GoFundMe was reaching its goal, Seth's shoulder, a long-lasting injury, started acting up again, so he wouldn't be doing as much searching as expected or as hoped for. A lot of people took issue with that, right? That was a lot of money. And a lot of, I don't know, then a lot of time was spent online, right? So people from the beginning had an issue with that. And then we get to the place where now he is telling people not to donate to the reward fund and, oh, here's my Cash App, here's Terry's Cash App one of us. And it became this whole thing about, money and panel appearances. And it got really weird really quick. And I could understand why Chris and Katie are upset. You're going against the guidance of the FBI. This doesn't look good. And unfortunately, it made them not look good, which was quite ironic, if you ask me. I don't know how that switched to be their problem, but it did. And Chris is still defending Seth, even after all the disgusting things said and done. Seth's the only one bashing in that family dynamic. Bop it. Twist it. Should always go sideways when money's involved. Sure does. Hey, Nanax. It sure does. So it goes sideways, and now they're fighting with each other. Legal repercussions for people that do this to families. There's not one thing to imply that they harmed this child, meaning all parents. Well, there are CPS reports, but if CPS found it to be abuse, Sebastian would have been removed. So anyway, my big thing is, if you look back from the beginning, it was Seth that was absolutely taking things into a different direction than he should have been. It was Seth that was going against the police, going against the recommendations, going against the Proudfoots. He was kind of against it all from the beginning. And for whatever reason, the internet embraced that. And my personal opinion on why that was embraced is because he offered views. Because Seth was willing to go on panels, and that gave creators a chance to get views. And every missing child situation, they always choose who is going to be the villain and who is going to be the hero. Hey, Kathy.
Hey, Granny.
How you doing?
Good. How are you on this fine Sunday?
Pretty good, I suppose.
You're like me. You get up at the crack of dawn, don't you?
Oh, fortunately.
Yeah, me too.
Huh.
But this thing was that I continue to give him grace because he is the parent of a missing child.
Mm-hmm.
And you're so spot on about these guys. They not only did they know immediately that he's going to be the panel hopper, but he's also going to be the shit talker.
Right. Right. And that offered them a chance to do what they're doing with them.
Yep. And everyone's tried to tell them when they're done with you, they're going to spit you up, chew you up and spit you out.
That's what they always do with them. Unfortunately, and it is sad because that's exactly what will be happening to Seth. There's no doubt in my mind is coming. Hey, Grave Evidence, how you doing?
Well, you
Good.
know the new rumors around now, don't you? There's a couple creators that have decent sized channels that are now saying Katie lied to everybody about the actual date he went missing.
That's stupid.
Yeah. You should
Good
see the proof.
morning.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Good
I couldn't-
morning.
Oh, good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Okay. I kind of got my morning voice. I literally rolled out of bed and seen you were live. So I seen that you have a pretty good audience. And so I wondered if I could throw my theory on this situation out.
If it's based off of fact. I don't want any like weird, conspiracy type of theories that are not based in reality, if you don't mind. Just, very
Yeah, no, it's not it's nothing weird. I've had this like nagging feeling from when I first heard about this case, and I think that this is a huge possibility. My personal opinion is that none of the parents are involved. Do you remember hearing about Harley Dilly? He
Mhm.
was the autist. So he was 15 or yeah, he was 15, 13 or 15, and he was exactly on the same level of autism as Sebastian. And he was mad at his mom, and his mom thought that he was at school, but really he thought that he was running away. And he went pretty much across the street, not even a block, and he went up on top of this house where the people who lived there were out of town, and he crawled down in the chimney because I'm guessing he was trying to get inside of the house. That was part of his runaway plan, and he got stuck in the chimney and he passed away in there. And they were searching everywhere for him, and all kinds of theories and different things coming up, but the whole time he was just within a block from the house. And so I've just had this really weird nagging feeling with this case that Sebastian may have really, walked out, that he may have been upset about something, and he may have been planning a runaway. And I have a feeling that he's somewhere close by and has gotten himself stuck in some kind of a situation, like crawled into a small spot that he couldn't get out of, or got hurt, or something like that. And I wanted to throw that out because you have a pretty big audience. I'm just hoping more people, locally will search like all their small spots and places that they wouldn't think to look.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe the police are telling everybody continue to search your homes, your backyards, your areas because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Arctic Fox.
It's my understanding, and I don't know a whole lot about autism, but it's my understanding that that children that are on the spectrum, that or even teenagers, that they do like to kind of like get themselves or wedge themselves into small spaces. I think it makes them feel comfort, or is from what I was reading.
Yeah,
And
see,
It is
with all,
common. It's common for autistic kids to go try to find a small space. And the other big issue when an autistic child goes missing is that they are drawn to water. They find water calming. And that's why we all too often find them after it's too late in a body of water.
Right.
yeah, I read that about water too, because I was actually having to kind of study a little bit on autism and the spectrum, because I really don't know a whole lot about it, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that that's what's happened here. I can't shake it. I don't think the parents are involved. It's very possible Sebastian could have been upset about anything. It could have, if like Chris said, he didn't want to homeschool. Maybe he didn't want to leave his mom. Maybe he felt conflicted between moving houses. Maybe that was too much anxiety for him, and so it raised his level of you, the
urgency.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
See
my
that?
worry, is that he's stuck somewhere.
And that's
So
certainly a possibility. I, on the other hand, am trying to keep the faith that Sebastian's still alive out there. My theory from the beginning of the case is that the parents had nothing to do with it, any of them, and that Sebastian was lured away by an online predator. We know he was a big gamer. He was heavily into Minecraft. And
Mm-hmm.
although all the parents tried to claim that he didn't have internet access, well, Seth himself has said that he'd watch YouTube videos on his Switch all the time. Well, Mr. Rogers, I don't know if you know how YouTube works, but that requires an internet connection.
Right.
And
Exactly.
I really, really believe that he was lured away by an online predator, and that the thud that Katie heard was him leaving out the bedroom window.
Mm-hmm.
That could be.
Yeah.
That's what I've stated that from the beginning as well. Wow, we think alike. I think that because even Seth said that he was a lot more free with him as far as letting him game and in the gaming chat rooms and stuff like that. Well, that requires internet. Um, and I think that he was lured away because of the way he left. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of my other backup, or my other theory is what Arctic just said about the gaming and an online predator. I'm reading the comment on the screen. I don't know about the Q6 deletion. I really have to
It's chromosomal
read.
deletion.
Yeah, I really have to read into that too. Because like I said, I'm still learning about autism. Just from these cases, I'm still learning about that.
Yeah, they
But
don't talk about that much, the people that like to attack the Proudfoot. They don't talk about that.
yeah, and I seen, like, this morning when I got up and looking to see who's live, and I see that there's, like, scheduled lives. I seen one that's got Chris Proudfoot's picture, and then, like, puppets underneath them and puppet strings. And every single thumbnail that I see is just so negative and derogatory and accusing of him. And I'm just the type that I have to have more proof, more evidence in front of my face before I can point a finger at a parent. Or, like the treadmill trial, we see that on video, so I can easily say, that man's an abuser, because I've seen the video myself with my own eyes. I just don't understand this whole let's jump on one parent or one set of parents. And it's just so unfair. It's such a hell. If they're innocent, it's a double hell.
Well, that's the
for
way it
them.
always is on
Mhm.
with these type of cases. That's what keeps the drama going. That's what
Mhm.
that's why these aren't true crime creators, because they're not doing it on the basis of actually caring or finding Sebastian. They're doing it to keep the clicks and views going. And it is popular to dislike the Proudfoots. It is the, like you said, it's the head grabbing, thumbnails, the puppets, the evil eyes, the, Chris Proudfoot did this, and everybody's tearing that man apart. But
Mhm.
everybody fails to forget, not only does he have an alibi, he was seen at work. They
Mhm.
know he was at work, but he passed a lie detector test.
Right.
But you know what they're saying about that. He was seen, but not till 5:45. So he had from midnight to 5:45 to do all this stuff and then show up at work.
That's ridiculous. He would be
It's
seen.
insanity.
First off, I don't know if people realize this, but the FBI and police, they know what the fuck they're doing. Okay, with
Yeah.
utmost respect. TBI would be able to trace if Sebastian did something online. TBI and the FBI would be able to trace if Chris Proudfoot ever came back into that neighborhood, let alone left the state that he was in. There are too many cameras. Big Brother's around us everywhere. There are cameras pointed at you right now, whether you realize it or not. They know what they're doing. The FBI and the TBI know what they're
Yeah.
doing. If they suspected the parents,
Exactly.
they would be, so it just drives me nuts that people are constantly trying to come up with these stupid, wild theories. He's on a private jet into Alaska and, this and that. The closest theory we have so far, unfortunately, is that sighting that has not been declared to not be Sebastian yet, which means that the police and the FBI and whoever else are still investigating if it is him. And respectfully, why did Seth go and get a spokesman after this? Well, what's going
Yeah.
on?
That doesn't make sense to me either, Granny.
It's hard not to blame
Yeah.
a parent, but it's also hard not to watch everybody tear apart every word of the Proudfoots while ignoring the major inconsistencies coming out of Seth Rogers himself. I feel like Chris and Seth are very much alike and personality wise.
And
He
have you
definitely has
Well,
a
and
type.
they sort of
I
look
also wanted to point out, per Seth's own words, the electronic devices haven't been given back to the family. And so to me, that indicates there is something on those electronic devices. If it was a nothing burger, those devices would have already been handed back, in my opinion. I've seen it time and time again in the cases that I've covered. For them to still have them, there must be something on there that they're not letting us know. Also, as far as the photograph goes, again, when the pants were found and they weren't related to Sebastian, we immediately got a release from the police saying they weren't related. When the glasses were found and they weren't related to Sebastian, we immediately got a release that they weren't related. For them to not have come forward and say they don't think that photograph's related, they must think there's something to it.
Yes.
that photograph. I mean, if that isn't Sebastian, he's got a damn near twin. I have looked at that photograph, and it really, really, to me, it really, really looks like him. The hair is darker, but I would say, if that's not him, he's got a twin. He's got a doppelganger.
In all honesty, I pray it is, because then, they can find him.
Do y'all think it looks like him?
Oh, absolutely.
I think it
Yeah,
looks like him,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I really do. Even the ears, it's the eyebrows. The parts of the eyebrows I can see, the glasses. I
But
don't know.
we also don't know. It could be AI, it could be
Right.
from a previous trip. There's so many things that could be with it. But the fact,
True.
like I said, that nobody has really came out and said is not him, like you're saying, Arctic, they would have done that by now.
Hmm.
But then again, they also need warrants. They need to, contact the other states. It does take more time than we realize
Right.
as well. They have to contact and trace down where this was. They have to get the company and warrants to get the footage of it. There's a lot of things. Now, the woman who took the photo, she's odd. The whole, like, my son didn't want me involved. I didn't have a phone, but she's able to call into a YouTube channel. That was all bizarre.
Yeah, she's being held, but she wasn't kidnapped. Yeah, that was crazy.
What? I missed all that. I guess I didn't hear all of that. But I did hear Seth say, and this makes me think too that they're looking more into it. I did hear Seth say that when he went to that location and asked to see the video footage, that place told him, TBI contacted, is it NBI, North Carolina Bureau? I think it's North Carolina, and that they have obtained a copy because there is video footage, that they're going over it, and they told Seth that the law enforcement told them not to release it to him.
Right, because Seth has the law enforcement does not want Seth involved in any of this. Why? Because Seth has a big mouth.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that makes me think they definitely are really, they're looking into it for sure. God, I hope it's him.
Well, they're going to
I
look into every lead, any tip that's called in, and that's what people need to understand. These other creators that are encouraging certain things should not be, because you're taking valuable time away from them looking for Sebastian with frivolous tips.
Well, and not only that, but people have to remember they're not working one case at a time. Do you know how many kids are missing right now? Do you know how many other tips are coming in for other children? It's a very, thinned out resource. And the fact that people are calling with these speculations, I mean, even Chris, Seth, the PI, they all came up and said, if you see something, call immediately. Don't call Seth. Don't call a YouTuber. Call your local police. Call the police.
Exactly. And on that note, I've got no sympathy for this woman that allegedly took the picture if she is getting harassed, because she did it to herself by posting it to Facebook rather than sending it directly to the TBI and not posting it. She brought the attention to herself.
She wanted the attention, if you
And
ask me.
that's the red flag for me.
Yep.
That she wanted the attention. And what if law enforcement, they know that maybe they know the picture was, created, and maybe they're trying to get, I don't know, that could be. But I still want to lean into to the side of, it could possibly be him. Just never want to give up that hope,
Here's the thing people don't think about, right? What if that was Sebastian? And what if they're like, oh shit, we've been caught? So now
Yeah.
that child is now 3, 4, 5 states away because somebody decided they wanted
Exactly.
social media likes instead of the safety of this child. That
Right.
is the biggest problem with all this. And within not even minutes, it was flooded all over YouTube and TikTok and every social media program. So if that was Sebastian, what if they're now on the run again? Because you missed an opportunity for a few thumbs up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
They'll stay off
I'm
the
just going to
main
say it,
roads.
and this is probably going to get me a lot of hate. But these damn tragedy pimps out there that are doing this to the Proudfoots, that are sitting there bringing Seth on every panel that they can possibly put him on, they don't give one single fuck about whether Sebastian's found safe or not. In fact, they don't want him to be found safe because
Right.
once he's found safe, they lose their money train that they've got
Yeah,
going
their
on.
content ends. Yep.
There it
Totally
goes,
agree with you.
which is absolutely horrible.
I was just looking just to throw some statistics out at you. I was just looking at the TBI website, and it says nearly 400 children go missing a year in Tennessee. And then it says currently there's over 40 that are still actively missing.
Yeah, I did a live about it on Sunday with somebody who lives in that area in Tennessee, and not a tip, not a hint, not much about any of the kids. And I showed every one of their flyers, and they're on my community tab.
Oh,
Yeah.
what do you mind telling me what your channel is so I can subscribe?
I'm on Granny's channel. That's
Oh, I don't know if you're allowed to say it up here.
Yeah. Let's go ahead, Kathy.
it's the same as my name, Kathy Pease. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
So I want to show
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Granny.
Of course, I want to show you guys this really quick. I don't know why. Hold on. Why isn't it coming up? So if you look at oh, I have to edit my thing. So this new guy on the scene, right? This Tony Mathis. Why isn't this coming up for me? I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Off
Here we go.
topic, Granny. I've got to have that cat. I have got to have that cat.
That was a little more quieter and easier to control than my cat.
Mine's never quiet.
So if we look at this new spokesperson, right? Where did he come from? Why do we need a spokesperson this far into it? We're over 2 months into the disappearance of Sebastian. This photo comes out that people are alleging may be him. And suddenly the PIs say, "What? We're done with you, Seth. We're going to take a back seat." And he brings on this guy who has a history, Tony Mathis. Tony Mathis started a Facebook group, and right away people are like, "I'm not joining." Now there's speculation the woman in North Carolina could be Seth's sister, and so Shannon Matthews, a British girl whose family hid her with an uncle, and the whole country was looking for her. Oh, that's interesting. Never mind. I thought that was going to be about this guy. I'm hearing this guy has a history. Has anybody heard this guy's history with involving himself in cases?
I have not, but I've been wondering where he came from. I mean, it's like I know he's been speaking for the Caleb Harris family, but it's like, for me, he just popped up out of nowhere, and I'm like, who is this guy, and where did he come from, and what are his credentials? I want to know what his background is.
Yeah, me too, because there's some people are saying he's good. He's Caleb Harris's dad's friend. All right, I'm going to go look for that.
Okay.
Why at this point did he feel the need to have a spokesperson, I guess, is my question, my main question. Why?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Crane operator. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you guys ever think about, though, like sometimes the negativity, like as much as we hate seeing it all over, social media, but sometimes it does kind of keep the case in the limelight. It's kind of like a...
Well, yeah. I mean, it's keeping Sebastian's face out there, but to what end? When this boy comes home, he is never going to have any type of real life. He's going to be embarrassed as hell. He's going to need
Oh
years
yeah.
of therapy for all the drama that's gone on surrounding this case. It's just like the
Um,
Summer Wells case. I hope she comes home one day, but when she does, to what end did all this drama help bring her home?
and her brothers. I think about her brothers often because, they I know they see it and hear it, and that's got to be so hard on them too.
Well, I've said that before as well. Like, on one hand, the parents being on these panels, or Seth, I should say, and Chris coming on these panels, yes, it does keep Sebastian's story going, because let's face it, look how many times creators will jump all over a story. They'll do more streams on it than there are days in a month or days in a week. And then the minute that another case picks up, they kind of drop that case, right? They just drop the story. They don't follow it through to the end. They don't follow through the court procedures or any of that. They just pick up the next hot topic. So in a way, yes, it is absolutely keeping Sebastian's name and story out there, but at the same time, not really, because even myself now a few times have slipped up and said Seth instead of Sebastian, which is what I've
Yeah.
heard other creators doing. What we are now seeing is, like my thumbnail, Sebastian's kind of just an afterthought. He's kind of like, and that's sad. That's horrible, but that's the way it is, because everybody's focused on Seth and Chris and their personal bullshit right now.
Exactly. And there are ways to keep Sebastian's face out there and still do lives on Sebastian's case and not make it a complete shit show. Cluminati's doing good work. Duchess is doing good work on
Yes.
Sebastian's case right now. There are some Cotton Candy Boobs is doing good work on Sebastian's case
Yes.
right now. There's a lot of very good creators out there that are doing amazing work keeping Sebastian out there without turning his case to where Sebastian just gets completely lost in the weeds.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be reviewing some of these idiots, and that's what I do. I'm not a true crime channel. I'm far from it. I don't even know what kind of channel I am. I'm just a Heinz 57, whatever fits for that day. But when you review these people, there are some of them that don't even say his name or show his photo.
Oh, absolutely.
All they
Absolutely.
care about is the dirt. Let's attack the parents. Let's keep the parents fighting. No, how about let's get the parents together so they can work together in harmony as a team to find their missing child? Because I personally don't think any of the parents had anything to do with it.
Well, when they were working together, the internet quickly told Seth that you're going to lose the support of the public. And then his PIs came out and they said to Chris, we need to work on public's opinion of you. And Chris responded back with, F the public's opinion. I don't care what this is about. My son, this is about a child. And
Right.
and that's the difference between the two. One person does seem to care more about the public's opinion compared to, what's actually happening. So these are a few notes on Seth and his spokesperson. So there is a footage of a boy. We know that at the visitor center in North Carolina. It is a real photo. Seth hasn't seen the footage because it's part of the investigation being vetted. Seth does think it could be Sebastian. Tony said he's talked to Katie and Chris and would like for them all to be on the same team. And part of that is not talking about each other during interviews. Goals united. So the fact that Seth, as a grown man, has now had about 4 or 5 people come and tell him to stop bad mouthing the Proudfoots, but he just refuses to do it. For whatever reason, he cannot contain himself. He continues time and time again to bash these parents. I don't understand it. People have tried telling him it's not the best interest and, whatever. But I also feel like it's part of the creator's fault, because without him doing that, they have no use for him. And that's why I
Exactly.
keep saying they are going to turn on him.
Mm-hmm.
They're
It's
And
happening.
I've
Like I
said
said,
that
now they're.
I've
ahead,
said
Margaret.
that many times. I said, if these parents really want to try to bring Sebastian home, they need to present a united front. They need to do a press conference, all 3 of them together, and beg for whoever has Sebastian to bring him home. That's what I would like to see. I'm tired of seeing, and it's not so much on the part of Chris and Katie, but Seth. I'm tired of him spin the narrative, and he withheld the fact that Chris passed his polygraph or that he even took it. He's doing everything he can to throw shade at Chris and Katie. And I
Yeah.
tell you what, Seth is no goddamn angel himself. If you go pull the FOIA from the divorce between Seth and Katie, let me tell you, there's plenty out there that Seth has done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but you
covered it
notice they
here.
don't show none of that. They don't talk about none of that. They say, "Oh, we have the divorce paperwork. We have all the paperwork," but nobody talks about it because it
Yeah,
doesn't fit their narrative.
I don't care what they talk about. Over here, we have talked about it. We have shown it. Deets has
Yeah.
shown it. We have reviewed it, and that's where Seth came out and said, "Oh, I didn't smack Sebastian's head. His head fell into my hand," and everybody
Yeah.
ignores all of that. The fact of the matter is, both families, both set of parents have a responsibility when it comes to Sebastian. I only see one parent trying to place the blame for everything onto the other. And that's where it becomes infuriating because people are like even him saying, "Oh, they weren't fit to be parents," because what happened 7 years ago and blah blah blah. But when they asked Seth to take Sebastian, Seth's response was, "Let's give him one more year to see if he can get his act together." Seth admitted that Sebastian coming to live with him was a punishment. Why is all that being ignored?
Exactly.
Because
Yeah.
if Chris ever came out here and said that Sebastian living with me was a punishment, people would be like, "Well, what does that mean? Punishment how? Were you abusing them? Were you beating them? You
Yeah.
didn't want them. You didn't love them." But
They.
Seth comes out and says it, and they ignore it. It's
Yeah.
absolute, and it is the internet because people
Wait.
say to me like, "Oh, well, you're doing the same thing. You're bashing Seth and this and that." Yes, I am very biased. I don't like Seth. I feel like a lot of people are going to be eating a lot of shit when this case comes to a conclusion. I feel
Yeah.
like the only reason people are coddling Seth is again because he offers the opportunity for views and likes because he's all over every damn panel. But the more he's on them, the more reasons I have to dislike him. How are we just ignoring the red flags that he's literally waving? The inconsistencies, the storytelling, the bashing, the exposing of private information, the amount of people who have walked away from him because he doesn't shut up, including the police.
Yep.
Granny, can you tell me? I hadn't heard that about him going to live with Seth being a punishment. But can you elaborate? Because I have not heard that. What would?
Yeah, this was rather early on.
Yeah.
So
It was in the beginning.
it was in the beginning. Katie, this is when, before things hit a big rut or whatever. Katie and Chris asked for Sebastian to go live with his father, live with Seth. He was set to go live with him. Seth himself said, "They asked me to take him a year ago, but I said, let's see if he can get his act together. Let's see if, he's gonna straighten up pretty much." And that's where he basically said that it was a punishment for him to come live with them.
But what is it that they say he was doing to need a punishment? And that's the worst kind of. You never use, the other parent as a punishment. But what is it that he was supposedly doing to need a punishment like that?
Well, my speculating based off what Seth has told us has gotten me, rumors spread on me that I was saying things that were untrue. But apparently, I mean, Seth was a teenager. I mean, Sebastian was a teenager, recently diagnosed with autism. He had boundary issues. He had behavioral issues.
Mhm.
He's a teenager with added on new diagnosis of autism. So, I can't say exactly what he was doing. I don't know. I
Wow.
can only gather off what Seth has said, and
Right.
what Seth has said isn't pretty.
Plus,
And
on
Chris
top
made
of
it
it,
clear on Web Sleuths, and Seth had to agree with it because he knew that Chris was telling the truth. Sebastian was not happy about the homeschooling.
Right. Suzanne says, "What about Chris spraying Sebastian with the power washer? Where was that at? Where
so
where
this
Oh
is
my
from
God, they brought up this
Sarah.
neighbor. They brought up this
yeah,
alleged neighbor.
the false neighbor, right? The
Yeah, and
bullshit neighbor.
Granny, I can tell you, I don't know the person's true identity because that person may not have told me their true identity, but that person, I can tell you, is not their neighbor.
Yeah, I
Wow.
mean, first off, somebody can call him right now and say they're a neighbor, and they give you any bullshit story they want. And how do we know if he sprayed him with a power washer? How do we know it wasn't? I sprayed my son with the hose while he jumps on the trampoline. Is that abuse? How do we know it's not used as a water fun and whatever? Seth is citing him by wearing swimming trunks to aggravate Sebastian. That story was disgusting. There's been a lot of disgusting stories that people don't want to talk about. They don't want to badmouth Seth, but they have no problem badmouthing the Proudfoots. I started with no parent should be badmouthed at all. Every parent, but Seth doesn't make it easy. I'm sorry. The guy is out here every single day just saying the most asinine things, and it's
Wow. I'm
Yeah,
a
I
little
mean, I'm finding it harder and harder to give Seth grace. I mean, I've tried and I've tried, but right now, what we know is that so far only one parent has not passed a polygraph test. Only one parent is panel hopping to every tragedy pimp on this platform and dropping his YouTube, his Cash App, his Venmo, and his GoFundMe every place he can, profiting off of his son's disappearance, and that's not Chris or Katie. And also, let me point out that Chris and Katie have donated to the billboards that Duchess has up throughout Tennessee trying to
Yep.
find Sebastian. Guess who hasn't?
Right. And then, so Katie comes out and she comes out with a t-shirt and all these people are like, oh, it took 2 months. Why do you? I'm sorry, but if my child was missing, I'm worried about other things than a fucking t-shirt. Right.
Yeah.
So good on Seth for immediately making t-shirts. Congratulations. Round of
But
applause.
he didn't do that till someone else. And then someone else was doing something. And then he only wanted t-shirts ordered through him.
Right. You had to order them through him. Money went through him. But so what? A t-shirt, having a t-shirt, not having a t-shirt doesn't really make or break the case. The fact of the matter is Seth has had it extremely easy. I keep seeing and hearing people say to the Proudfoots, why aren't you out looking? Why aren't you out looking? Have you ever had hundreds of thousands of people hating you off of rumors?
And in all honesty, we don't know what they're doing because they don't record everything they're doing and blow it up and put it all over social media.
Well, you know what? I'll be honest. I've yet to see one single video of Seth out there looking. I seen the video where the alleged dog pit and Seth's truck came flying by, but I've not seen one.
Hold on. Corner lover, I'm not pointing the finger at Seth. I've said numerous times, I don't believe any of the parents are involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I'm only saying that because I'm tired of people attacking Chris and Katie left and right while Seth is no angel himself. I don't think Seth had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. I don't think any of them have.
No. And Arctic Fox, I want to thank you for all you do for the missing. You put a lot of work and time into your post, into your lives, everything. And you and Duchess have done amazing with this case.
I'm just curious, does anybody know what the GoFundMe amount is at now? Because the last time I looked, it was way over 2 to 3 months of what, well, probably more than that, of what Seth's salary would be.
Well, I don't know, but I know his Cash App has been dropped relentlessly too. And listen, if he, make the money, I personally, I don't even care about that. But I do get annoyed with people saying, if you say anything, not just you, Pointer Lover, just in general, if you say anything even remotely unfavorable of Seth, you are now blaming Seth. No. We are having a discussion. Not one person has ever sat here and said Seth has done it the way they have with Chris and Katie. Nobody has ever said that, especially not on my panel. We are allowed to point out the concern and behaviors of Seth based off reality, not fallacies and made up stories and fake neighbors and whataboutisms and marital issues and all that. We are simply speculating on what Seth himself has given us, which is entirely too much information. People have a problem with that. Tell him to shut up. But from where I sit, I've seen several people have tried and he doesn't listen. He is for whatever reason enjoying this panel tour and at the expense and the integrity of finding his son. People don't like it. I don't know what to tell you. That's how I feel.
I'm not blaming him. I'm not attacking any of the parents. I've been saying all along, stop driving the wedge between them. We need them to be together as one and work together as a team for their son.
Well, then people get mad because they're like, oh, Chris drove back to work and Katie went with them and this and that. Nobody's paying their bills.
Exactly.
You can't just call, your billing agencies and say, hey, I have a missing child. I don't know if you guys know it, but certainly America doesn't give a shit. He has to keep working. What do you want? What more do you want from these parents? You want them to videotape where they're at? Well, we don't need to. JR got that. He'll tell you their every location. These parents aren't safe because of this speculation and because of Seth's mouth. End of.
That's gross that the mother could not feel safe in her own home where she's sitting there praying that he comes walking through that door. She had to leave because some idiots want views and clicks on the internet.
Yep.
And she feels that unsafe. And Chris, who's just being the protective husband and man of the family, thankfully that he is, had to take her with him. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it really is.
Yeah. Who would feel safe? Who was
After
missing?
the who was it that said they had heard gunshots when they were searching? I and then death threats on top of it. I can understand that.
Well, there was a lady. Her and her son were out searching. They were volunteer searchers, and they were being stalked by YouTubers. They no longer felt
Wow.
safe. Every single person who has tried to do good, who has tried to go out and be boots on the ground and all that, they have a stupid YouTuber willing to speculate and make everybody a suspect to the point where people didn't even feel safe searching. But
Wow.
where is Seth searching? I have not. Can anybody put a one in the chat if you have ever seen footage of Seth boots on the ground since raising that money to go search?
No, I seen the one time, I think he was around, was it JLR or
Yeah,
CJ,
he was
one of
in
them? That was the last, that was all I've ever seen.
where he went through the warehouse
Mhm.
Put it two
to.
if you have not. Put it two if you have not seen any footage. Put a one if you have. I'm curious if I'm missing it somewhere. I just, you know.
I've only seen him one time, and he was going through it was like a storage building, and it was on somebody's property, and they gave him permission, but the cameras of course were rolling behind him. That's the only time I've seen.
Right, that's all I've seen. Is
Yeah.
when there was a camera rolling and, yeah.
And
And it's
also,
sad because
while we're
I know
talking,
it seems,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, it just seems, I know it seems to some people on the outside looking in that you're going at Seth, you're attacking Seth. No.
Oh, I don't care, to be honest. They can think whatever they want. I just truly don't care. I feel like Seth has been on all these panels. He has put a lot of information out there, and we're just discussing it.
Right.
That's it.
This is factual stuff that he's put out. This is stuff that he's actually put out. So it's not stuff that we're making up to go after someone.
Well, the thing
Exactly. And
is,
I just wanted to point out, while we were talking about boots on the ground and stuff, if you're a creator that's boots on the ground, that's great. I give props to you for going out and helping to find this young man, but it shouldn't be content. You should not be live streaming searches like with the pants. What if those pants had been remains that were found, and there you are live streaming it for all the world to see? You don't
Yes.
need to live stream your searches.
Nope.
that's exactly right. When I go
Well,
searching, I was just searching for Phoenix Wilkerson just a couple of months ago. I never once turned on my camera for that
No.
reason. Like, what if I were to come up on something? Plus, you're supposed to be searching, not looking, at
Not
your
talking to
life.
your audience.
Yeah.
there's no problem if you want to film. Absolutely. That's what started the whole controversy between the Cajun Navy and everything, because they simply said you can record, but could you not live stream for that reason, for the integrity, for the, and people were like, no, no, no. They wanted their views instead. I mean, let's face it, some of them were only out there filming the searchers. They weren't actually searching. There's such
Exactly.
a difference there.
And that's why JLR turned on them, because all because of that, not because anything out of line or any threats were made. All they said is, you can record it, fine. Just know we don't want you live streaming. I've been on search teams with EquiSearch. You don't bring out your phone and live stream nothing.
Right. And as far as this neighbor story goes, I mean, what kind of piece of shit would see a child being sprayed by a supposed power washer and not contact the police? Hey, come vet your people. Have some credibility. Have some respect.
Now, she even claimed that she had, I guess via email, had been in contact with this alleged neighbor. I'm like, well, maybe you should have just looked up the neighbor's name, okay, before you put them on your live.
It's so stupid. Inserting yourself into an investigation, driving the direction of where people should look. These idiots profiling this case are ridiculous, totally biased, and delusional. Seth's health is going to go downhill with all the stress. Well, possibly. I mean, I'm sure all the parents, have gone downhill with stress.
Oh, yeah. You can't say that one parent is worse off than the other. They all have a missing child.
Oh, so there's a CPS report, Jules? So we can find a CPS report on this, because neither parents have mentioned a CPS report about being sprayed with a power washer, right?
Yeah.
So,
no.
yeah,
I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I don't believe that.
A power washer would have left some pretty heavy marks, and I think CPS, if they were called, they would have had to have done something. That would have left, you know how hard those things spray?
Right.
Depending on the PSI you're using, that would rip your skin off.
And
Right.
there was previous reports of abuse. There's no way that would go unchecked, or no,
Right.
it's just ridiculous. And
Mm-mm.
I've heard this, Katie. So you can tell physically, Katie has lost a ton of weight. People are saying she's living her best life by
Oh
losing
my
weight.
Lord.
Her best life.
Her best
But
life.
she
She probably sleeps very little. She probably doesn't do much for herself at all.
She's probably not
I've
sleeping.
had
She's
a
probably
missing
not eating. I mean, come on, let's stop that.
She
until
probably
you're in
has
those
herself
shoes and you
free.
have someone missing. When our nephew went missing, I watched what my sister went through. And let me tell you, people, it's not what you think. It's not living your best life. You can't wait for that phone to ring or that knock on the door. And then there comes a time where
But
you
isn't
don't
that
want that phone to ring or that knock on the door.
well, isn't that common sense? I mean, let's be honest. The only reason people are saying it is because they deem her guilty. So they're
Yep.
like, "Oh, she's out living her best life. She's just the happiest she's ever been. Chris didn't want Sebastian around. Da 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 da." Well, if that's the case, then they would have told his father to take him, just like they asked for help a year ago. There's
You
no
just
reason they would have
nailed
to do
it.
that.
Yeah, you just nailed it.
Well, and this is right, Proud Mama B. Has anyone thought about Seth taking meds to fail polygraph and has come on panels to seem like he has taken something? Does he have a problem? Well, that's where the shoulder injury comes in, right? So people are like, oh, but poor Chris, or Seth, he barely slept and he has a shoulder injury and he was so tired the day of the polygraph and he took his medication. Oh, stop
Mm-hmm.
it. Oh, stop it. Because
Mm-hmm.
everybody demanded Chris take a polygraph, demanded. He does. He allegedly passes it. Now it's Seth's turn, all confident and cocky as he is. And you mean to tell me he didn't know in the line of work he is in that he wasn't supposed to be under any substance? I've never seen that man fall asleep on a panel.
Yeah, and also
Thank
that raises red flags with the examiner because any reputable examiner would have deemed him untestable and not followed through with the test.
Well, I mean, come on, it was Nancy Grace. And why hasn't Nancy Grace spoken about it?
Since, remember, she was going to do another live about it.
Right.
They were going to go over the results.
Yeah, but she sure made it a point. She sure made it a point to point out when Chris didn't take her polygraph.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't
Right,
know. Nancy Grace is basically Bullhorn Betty with a bigger bullhorn, in my opinion. I don't give her any credibility whatsoever, just like Jennifer Coffindaffer and a lot of these people that get inserted into these cases and shit. I mean, it's ridiculous. And polygraphs are junk science to begin with. Even the inventor of the polygraph said he wishes he had never invented it. There's a reason why they're not allowed in court. But
they're not reliable.
You know, that's just my personal opinion on it.
Well, and what's funny about it, thank you so much, Captain Abby. Thank you so much, Jill. What's also ironic about it is when Chris came out and said, you know, the TBI told me not to take a polygraph. Everybody's like, what a liar. He's lying. But even the private investigator said, no, that's most likely true. Because if he's going to take one, he should take one through the TBI. Why didn't Seth take one through the TBI? Why didn't Seth volunteer until the public demanded that he take a polygraph? He used the fact that Chris said no to say, well, I'll take a polygraph. Why did it take for that? And then you go in and you fail it. I mean, come on. And again, nobody speaks on that because it's not favorable to Seth. And the internet is favoring Seth right now. But I can promise you, in about a week or two, you will absolutely see people throwing Seth to the wolves. He'll be done.
One thing I can say, I did hear Seth on a panel, and he was saying exactly what was wrong with his neck and his shoulder, and that he was doing physical therapy and this and that, and he listed like the discs in his neck that are, you know, herniated and stuff.
Right.
And so this is, I can relate to this, but so like my back is way worse from a car accident, and I don't have to take what he's taking. I mean, maybe it's just pain tolerance levels, but I don't have to.
Well, there are different circumstances. I mean, to be quite frank, a lot of doctors won't even prescribe pain medication anymore, especially in my location. So it doesn't matter. You know, you're not getting that type of medication anymore. I also have back injuries from a car accident and dislocated disc in my neck from a car accident.
Yeah.
My biggest thing was Seth's injuries were from prior, right? Respectfully, they're from prior. He raises all this money on the basis that he has to stay and search for his son, raises the money, and now you see him on panels where he's, using a massager on his shoulder, and it just seems a little overkill to me. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. I'm not subscribing to it. I don't believe it. I think that there's a lot of things that are going on. There's, like SF Investigate said, there's going to be a lot of people owing the Proudfoot's apologies. I seen a YouTuber, and I was wondering, they're probably watching right now because I was commenting in their chat, but I was commenting in favor of the Proudfoot. So none of my comments were being read, although they were very logical. They weren't being read. Well, I seen they made a post, and it was a rest photo of a foot. And it said, like, the Proudfoot's, and it's like your maturity level as a so-called true crime creator is to put a photo of a foot being arrested and call that an arrest. Like, I'm glad you didn't read my comments. You know what I mean? Like, you can just tell who's feeding what the masses want and who truly believes it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
We've got Spanky out here making little short videos, making fun and mocking Katie. It's disgusting.
Right.
He plays them nonstop during his lives. It's gross.
Well, it's stupid, it's petty, but it's because that's what the masses want, and they're just feeding what the masses want. This is unpopular. People don't like it. Whatever. Right, Leanne, it absolutely is in there. Chris himself did say, why didn't he tell the private investigators that? When they were on that panel, they didn't have many answers of anything. Scooter says, Seth explained that his PT told him not to travel. That is incorrect. First, a PT doesn't give orders like that. Second, the injury was serious enough to not travel. He would be in the OR. Not only that, but we see that man driving all the time.
Yeah. And Arctic, what's your take on this? What would be more beneficial to the case of your missing child, a spokesperson or a private investigator?
I've never been big on spokespeople. I do encourage people to get private investigators in cases, but that's usually in cases where law enforcement isn't doing anything to find their child. In this case, where law enforcement's going forwards and backwards trying to find Sebastian, a spokesperson may be better, especially when you have someone like Seth who isn't necessarily putting forward the best appearance in the public's eye. A spokesperson may be a better option because, like I said, and if I was going to hire a private investigator, to be quite frank, the only private investigator that I really have a lot of faith in is Steve Fisher's SF Investigates.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It depends on what involvement you have, right? Why would you need a PR? Why do you need a spokesperson for yourself, especially 2 months after? Why doesn't neither family has hired an attorney, according to Chris. Neither of them have attorneys. Why is Seth so concerned with the public's opinion of him? Why?
I don't think they need either. I think it's overkill. I don't, at this point in the investigation, like with TBI going forward, everybody's, they're all working it. I don't think that they need either. I think it's a waste.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with you, Avery. I agree with Avery on this. I don't really think they need either right now because law enforcement's doing their job, and Sebastian's case is getting plenty of attention. Generally, spokespersons for the families can do more harm than good, in my opinion. So.
Well, not only that, but if you were going to have a spokesperson, you should have done it a while ago. The damage is done. He can't you can't put the paste back in the tube, right? Everything he has already put out here has been out here. So at this point, having one makes no difference. But for some reason, again, the public opinion matters entirely too much to Seth, where Chris, on the other hand, said, you can all hate me. I don't care. Go ahead and hate me. But at the end of the day, this is about my son. I don't care what the public thinks of me. That is the mind state of somebody who truly doesn't give a shit what the public thinks. They just want the safe return of their child.
That's
and he's made that clear from day one.
If you dig hard enough into any family, any person, if you're looking hard enough, you will find something.
Oh, no shit.
On anybody. And then it depends on how you put out what you what you find. I know my mom used to always tell me, don't go looking if you don't
Yeah,
want to
but the
know.
thing
But
is, they shouldn't be looking and they shouldn't be putting it out because it does not
exactly,
have anything to do with Sebastian whatsoever. And all it's doing is keeping the drama going and taking away from
exactly.
people wanting to even be a part of looking for Sebastian, because there's people walking away from the case because of all this bull crap.
I mean, going through divorce papers from 10 years ago, it's just, I don't know. It's so much.
Well, I'm glad that Granny did that because she straightened it out where from the narrative they were trying to push with all that paper they've been putting out. They
Yeah.
tried to twist and turn all that. So, Granny cleared up a lot of that.
Yeah, that's what I like about Granny and Deets is they kind of take the things that are out there that are just, being twisted and they break it down to, what it really is.
I have to correct mystery. It wasn't Chloe that said it. It was actually Web Sleuth that interrupted and said stepfather. Which she admitted too that she was biased during that interview. So fine, whatever. But
Did you hear her opening statement from the get-go out the gate when she first started and she had the PI up there and it was just them
oh
two?
yeah, and she admitted that she likes the drama of it, that she doesn't like the Proudfoots, absolutely. But you know what I find to be really sad when the updates that we have on a missing child or updates like this. Oh, Seth has hired a PR. Oh, he's no
Mhm.
longer going to bash the Proudfoots. Where's the information about Sebastian? The only useful thing stated in any of this is that the pants are debunked. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. There is no other useful information here. It is all about Seth and cleaning up what Seth has done. That's it.
And if you're going to hire a PI, like Arctic said, research your PI. See if they've been involved in missing persons cases. See if they have recovered and brought anybody home. And I have to agree with him about SF. You can not like him all you want, but he does a damn good job. And he's been involved in numerous cases where people have been brought home.
I also want to bring this up.
Yeah.
So Seth says that he's glad that somebody got in the water, right? He's glad somebody got in the water. Seth, for whatever reason, continues to take away what the police have done. They also drained.
Mhm.
They drained 43 ponds,
Mhm.
EquiSearch did, searching for Sebastian. Why? Why?
When they
What?
started coming out with that narrative, that when he started saying, well, the police weren't doing enough, they have pulled out every stop. They have went above and beyond.
Right. And yet you have, Seth out here saying they haven't done anything. They're not
Yeah.
doing anything. Oh, thank you, Hot Mess. SS helps me in a lot of missing cases. I value his input. What did Daisy say? Mother knows where her son is. She's the one that does Veronica. That doesn't. Don't you think if the mother knew that the FBI would as well? I mean, come on. Just because she was the last one with them doesn't mean she knows anything. Do you know how many kids disappear? I mean, kids just vanish.
I mean, when you're running away, you're not going and saying, "Hey, mom, I'm leaving in 3 minutes. I'm going to run away. Can you pack me some clothes and food?" You just don't advertise it. You just sneak away. You sneak off.
Exactly. And everyone wants to give Chris shit because he's hot headed and this and that and the other. If I was being attacked left and right, you bet your ass. I mean, I'm a hothead to begin with. I'll just say it. But you bet your ass I'd be, a little bit upset. I'd be yelling and stuff, But when Chris did his appearance on Cluminati's channel, he was calm and he was giving Seth grace, which is more than I'd be able to do after all that's been done, in my opinion, by the other side in this case. So,
Right. The
I
people.
think
It drives me nuts when people are like, look, Chris is a hothead. He tuned in to a program that had a private investigator and a channel host trashing them and over 3,000 people in a live chat saying the most horrific things about them. How many of you
Yeah.
would remain calm and go up there and be all,
exactly.
calm and cool, collect? They're human. They have human responses. I mean, it blows my mind. If they act too happy, they're not sad. If they act sad, they're acting. If they're angry, they're abusive. But meanwhile, Seth has admitted that Trouble's my middle name. Seth has CPS reports against them. Seth goes on panels and makes inappropriate jokes at inappropriate times, but nobody blinks an eye. It just blows my mind.
Well, she lost me right from the get-go and it was the tone of the voice that was used when she said this. She said they force him, they make him wear pull-ups. That's disgusting. And that was how she opened up. That did it for me. That told me right there all I needed to know about what was going to go down.
Right. But meanwhile, he has a medical issue that makes him have a need for pull-ups. And wasn't it?
They're incontinence briefs, and they look like underwear.
Right. Thank you, even Steven. So
Exactly.
Steven
And
says,
that's information and that's information that didn't even need to be brought to YouTube.
Exactly.
Nope.
Exactly.
Sure
My
didn't.
Arctic, I have a 13-year-old son who has had multiple surgeries, and he has to wear things like that. Do you know if something happened, God forbid, and he went missing, why would that matter? Like,
it doesn't
Exactly.
matter.
it doesn't matter.
That's the
That's
stuff that shouldn't have been out here to begin with. That's the stuff you can't put back in the bottle.
that poor kid. And then
Thank you, even Steven. Even Steven says, first time here and I love it. Actual common sense from y'all, and cops don't even know if crime has been committed, yet K and CP are guilty. Make it make sense. Amen.
Yep.
Hey, Lippy.
Well, now they're running with the thing that the new narrative that they're running with the last couple days is well, on Nemec's site it says that he went missing on the 25th, and on the Amber Alert it says the 26th. So Katie's lying. She's covering it up. She didn't notify anybody all those hours. Oh, it was insane.
First off, anybody can listen to the dispatch from the first few hours that Sebastian, the first day that he was reported missing. Again, Big Brother is everywhere. There are cameras everywhere. On one hand, you have the PI saying they would absolutely be seen. And on the other hand, you have her saying they want it because it's dense area. Which one is it? There's no way Katie, I mean, it's just like when it came to the Wells parents, everybody's like, oh, these drunken idiots and these, low class and all this. But they were able to, I don't know, outsmart the FBI. Come on.
Can I say something about the shoes? Just because I see the comment. I have read, like that children who have autism, a lot of times they are really intelligent. And with him being 15, I think it's very plausible that Sebastian is smart enough to know that ants are not out at nighttime. And he probably didn't put shoes on trying to make less noise getting out of the house. So I think it is very possible that if he did have arrangements made with somebody that online, like a predator, they could have said, I'll have shoes for you, when I pick you up.
As far as the shoes go, people are blowing that up way out of proportion. I covered at least 3 cases last year where autistic children went missing without shoes. It's not entirely uncommon for people to go missing barefoot. So,
yeah.
I mean,
just because his father said he had a fear of ants doesn't mean he still currently had a fear of ants. I mean, at one point, Seth said the last time that he saw Sebastian, then it was like 2 months. It was 2 months prior. So my son loved Hot Pockets last week. I bought a big ass box of them, and now he doesn't like Hot Pockets. Kids change. People are given too much. Autism is such a spectrum, first off, that we can't just base on what one autistic child would do, another would do. But people are just putting too much emphasis on the whole autistic aspect of it when he was just diagnosed last year. And again, it is a spectrum. There's so many levels of it.
Yeah.
And that pushes out that he's 10 years, that he functions like a 10-year-old. Okay, well, how many parents would leave a 10-year-old home alone for 12 hours at a time?
Well, that was one thing, right? When the Proudfoot said that, when Katie said that his mentality is more of a 10-year-old, people tore apart. Oh, you're speaking negatively about Sebastian, and who would do that? When Seth said it, nobody again blinked an eye. Now, like you're saying, if he had the mentality of a 10-year-old, then why was he left unsupervised for 8 hours a time while Seth worked 12, up to 12, 8 to 12 hours, and had access to the internet?
Exactly.
Hey, Grandma Sherry, welcome. Let me add you.
Hi.
That's hard to you.
Hey, Grandma.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, good. Hey, I'm neurodivergent.
Oh, real quick, Granny, I'm going to hop down. Thank you for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, Miss Grandma Sherry. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I agree with you that the whole thing making making it about Seth being autistic and whatnot is kind of blown out of proportion, because he was
Agreed.
only diagnosed. Hi, Arctic.
Hey,
Hey, he was only diagnosed last year, right?
Right.
Okay. So he's high functioning enough for it to be overlooked for all that time. And I hear people saying, oh, well, the fact that, Chris used a belt on an autistic child. Okay, at the time, they didn't know. But yeah, so, yes, I agree with Avery that he might be in some sort of small space sort of thing, because during panic attacks, it's very common to have sensory blankets or weighted vests or weighted blankets, something that creates that swaddling feel, because it helps to diminish the kinetic frenzy that happens in the body and the mind.
Right. But that's not for every child with autism. That's it depends on the child and what stage and what their comfort is and what their discomfort is. I mean, it's just like speaking about any child in general, right? We can remove the title autism, because at the end of the day, every child is different.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, hot mess.
But they
Hi, how
concentrate
are you?
so much on that and not, he has that chromosome deletion. There is side effects to that. There is things that happen to the body.
Right.
They don't talk about none of that. All they want to hammer home is that, oh, well, he's autistic.
Because most people don't know about the chromosome deletion.
And that's true.
They
Because they don't listen.
understand it.
Yeah, you're right, Grandma. How are you, Grandma?
Hey, I'm
How's
vertical.
them kitties?
Oh, they're good. I've got one on my lap right now.
Oh,
Oh, I've got the May the 4th be with you avatar. Sorry.
That's okay.
And
How are
it's
you doing, hot mess? Welcome to the panel.
I'm doing well. Thank you for allowing me up.
Absolutely.
I'm very interested in a lot of your perspectives you guys are sharing this morning. It is a bit different than a lot of what we're hearing on YouTube and other social media outlets.
Absolutely. It's not very popular.
And that's understandable. I think that personally, in my opinion, nobody really knows what happened. And I don't have necessarily any answers either way. So I'm not an expert on any of this, but um, isn't it fair to question some of the inconsistencies that are going on in this case?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Which
There's-
particular ones are you questioning? I'd love to hear.
Sure. I recently was able to listen through interview with one of the neighbors of the Proudfoots. I don't know if you
that
guys
wasn't a
have.
neighbor.
To respectfully, that has not
That
been
wasn't a
verified.
neighbor.
Well, it hasn't.
And I'm going to be showing y'all. I need the okay to do it, but I got receipts. That was not a neighbor.
Okay.
Let's go with it. It was what particular?
Sure. Well, I mean, it seemed like this individual was, giving testimony to their experiences with Chris and Katie in the neighborhood, and some of what they were witnessing. In addition to, they were also interviewed and spoken to, according to what this person said, by CPS and Secret Service. So that's where I'm a little, confused, I guess, right?
Well, I spoke to the Secret Service last night.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You see
Please
how that
share.
works? Like anybody can say that respectfully. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So if there's no real,
Absolutely.
if the police aren't coming out and saying, new lead given, credible neighbor comes forward, or it's really just hearsay.
And
But
if you listen to what that neighbor was saying, all the crap that the alleged neighbor was spewing has crap that's been in the Facebook groups, on the Reddits.
Exactly. And that's the cousin and the neighbor, to me, are
That
both.
wasn't a cousin either.
they're both very sus, because I could say that I worked at the Shell gas station where Chris Proudfoot got gas every day, and I sold him a Red Bull the night, Steph
Understandable.
disappeared. You can make up anything if you have enough information.
Understandable. I've also seen some of the posts that Chris Proudfoot has put out recently that were very aggressive,
Oh yeah.
and that it doesn't help the situation, and it also lends a little credibility to people that are saying they had similar experiences with him. I've also seen him on multiple different panels where you witnessed the same kind of aggressive, derogatory behavior and rhetoric, and it kind of makes you step back and go, "Whoa!" Right?
Well,
Like,
if I may, because I understand where you're coming from, but if
sure,
I may, there has been this narrative of Chris being aggressive from the beginning, right? So we're now 2 months in, and suddenly this neighbor and this cousin are calling in to particular shows where Chris is not liked. As you
right?
stated, there are Chris is coming on interviews and not so happy format. I mean, imagine if my whole chat right now was tearing you to bits, hot mess. Imagine if they were saying
Sure.
you murdered your son, you did this, you did that. Are you going to come up on panel happy? No, you're going to come up angry, especially when there's a so-called professional PI up there feeding these stories, these conspiracies against you and your wife. So his anger there is justifiable. As for his post, I don't see anything suspicious about his post. I seen him get aggressive with one lady in a Facebook group, but again, because of what she wrote, you got to remember they're just humans. There's no handbook on how to handle any of this. If you had thousands of people accusing you of doing something to a child you loved, rather you believe they're guilty or not, it is unfair the way they're being treated. How would you respond to such? Would you honestly, would you be all polite and nice, or would you be angry and hot headed?
I think that I can understand the pressure that people that are going through this are experiencing. I mean, social media and the YouTube streets are nasty, right? I try and avoid them. But at the same time, it's becoming, again, over 60 days in, we're seeing a very consistent kind of response, and it makes you question because the authorities aren't giving us any information, right?
Right.
The only information that we're receiving, and I think that personally, you know, my heart just breaks for what has happened to Sebastian. And I
Absolutely.
don't have answers. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
what happened.
Well, in an active open
um,
investigation, law enforcement is not going to show their hand. They're never going to do that. They've never done that,
well,
and with good reason.
Can I
right.
can I speak to the inconsistencies?
Please.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Gannon Stout case, Letitia Stout.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
She's the queen of inconsistencies because her story changed, what, 3 or 4 times, including some guy named Eduardo that she made up.
Right.
And, then she had a fake pregnancy belly that, anyway. That's inconsistencies. What I hear out of all three of the parents that we're hearing from for Sebastian are stressed out, freaked out parents who are running on probably just coffee and no sleep. And so if there's inconsistencies, then there are things like, if you ask me what I had for dinner last Wednesday, I can't tell you,
Right.
because
Well,
I was living my life. And if something happened that was traumatic after that, there's a good possibility that I am going to forget, because your mind goes into focus mode and you're not thinking about all the, I
Sure.
called him at 10:16 in the morning, or details
Well,
like that.
like eyewitness testimony is also very unreliable because of what you're talking about right there, right?
yeah,
Exactly.
that's so
Um,
true. There's been studies done. We can both see the same car accident. We can take away different things from it.
right.
Absolutely, that's true. But when you
That
say
that
Right.
happened with
inconsistency,
us.
When you
would
say
be my husband.
inconsistencies, I haven't really heard you mention it, inconsistency. Do you have a particular example of one?
Well, I didn't come on the panel to, create a ruckus.
Oh, not at all. No, no, I
And I'm
appreciate it.
not running off of notes. I'm actually getting ready to get on a horse. But I was interested in your discussion and I had a few questions. So again, thank you for allowing me to come up. Because, it's all it's gone on too long. And Katie has been very silent. Chris has been much more vocal,
Hmm.
and Seth has been active. I think we all could just agree with that generalization, right? Um, the other questions that I have are about this CPS incidents.
Okay.
Um, and those are of great concern. And the
Right.
fact that they were in close proximity to when Sebastian went missing, it does lend one to think something in that home wasn't going well, to be
Wait,
diplomatic.
what CPS report was close to when he went missing? Which one?
Were there more than one?
No, that's what I'm wondering. Are you speaking about the belt
Okay.
incident?
That was long before the most recent one. It seems like teachers had reported to CPS that came to the home. I believe it was January. Again, I'm not working off of notes here, guys.
Right.
But it was weeks before he went missing,
Okay.
and I don't know the details of that. I don't know that anyone
Do
has
you
the details of that.
do you know that
So,
one?
but
Do you know the teacher reported Seth to CPS? Did you know that it was Seth that was reported to CPS by the teachers?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
And hi everybody.
where is
Hey, it's
that?
me, Granny. No PP. I'm just curious about that because you've just done the very thing that you're stating that is kind of weird, where you've given an example of a CPS report that you don't know the details of, that you don't know when it was, and that your statement meant that something was curious going on within the home, but you don't know anything about it. That's odd.
The CPS report hasn't been released, nor will it be.
Right.
Yeah, that.
Because it involves
So
a child.
I'm going off of what is being put out to the public, and I'm not
Yeah.
going to state it as fact. So don't misunderstand me being vague as not knowing why I'm saying that. It's out there. It's
No,
out
I
there
appreciate
according to
that.
Chris.
Right. It's
Chris
out
has
there.
put that out there.
Right. And we have put out there that the school has also called on Seth. There are documents proving that CPS was contacted on behalf of Sebastian by the school because of Seth hitting Sebastian in the head. So while everybody's judging what Chris did, at the end of the day, CPS did not remove that child from neither custody.
I'm not judging
Right.
what Chris did. Don't misunderstand me commenting on something that Chris has put out there. That's not what I'm doing. I'm
Oh,
I'm inquiring to the group as to is what's going on here and why aren't we getting details of it? I'm trying to understand more clearly.
okay. I think I misunderstood you.
Yeah,
I
because if they
apologize.
put out the correct details, it doesn't fit the narratives that they're running. So they don't want the truth out there. And Chris has come out and been as brutally honest as he can be. He didn't hold back. He's not making excuses or trying to downplay anything.
Well, and here's the thing, right? So when Chris was approached about the whole belt situation in a CPS report, he admittedly said, "Yeah, I whacked him on the butt with the belt. He went to
Hmm.
school. He told the teachers, and the teachers called CPS." When Seth was approached about the CPS, he said, "Oh no, but Sebastian fell into my hand. My hand didn't hit Sebastian. He fell in my hand."
Right.
I'm going to go with the man that comes forward and says, "Yes, I did this." and
Mm-hmm.
maybe I shouldn't have, instead of the man that blames the child for the child being hit. You
And
know what I
him
mean?
falling into his
So
hand doesn't have anything to do with his neck either, by the
right.
way.
So I think what it comes down to is which streams you're listening to, right? Which places are you getting your information? Most of
Well,
the internet. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm obviously listening to any and all information I can gather.
Yes, which is the best way
Like
to
you
do it.
guys, like you guys today, right? Like that's the reason why I was like, great, let's talk.
Right. Good.
I
And I
think that
appreciate you
it's
coming up.
sure, thank you. I think it's inappropriate for everyone to just decide what team that they're on and run with that because none of us know.
Well,
It's
and it
just
should be
Pause.
heartbreaking.
Pause.
It's
Just a wee
heartbreaking that we're all discussing CPS cases involving this child multiple times.
But just a second, the only team that any of us should be on is on Team
Good.
Sebastian.
right. I was
Thank
about to say the
you.
same thing.
That is it, period. What
And
parents
So
are
honest,
doing
God, I
is
love
up
that
to them.
accent.
Hi, everybody.
and we
But it should only be Team Sebastian.
Exactly.
Yes, parents feed into the situation. There is an unavoidable part in that, or whoever is the caregiver, but it should be the child. And that's what is clearly missing from
That's
a
right.
lot
totally
of this.
lost.
We're talking about all of this extraneous stuff. And could it be important? Yeah, it could
are
be.
CPS
But
cases
we
extraneous
don't know.
though?
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that, hot mess?
Are CPS cases extraneous though? I think they're very pertinent.
They are pertinent, but to be honest, you're the only person that brought up CPS here today. But you also didn't know about Seth's CPS report, right?
Right. And I've been a
So,
foster parent for
What year?
years. I know how CPS works. I know, and it's been in multiple states, not just this state I'm living in currently. So CPS pretty much is across the board on what they do in different states. If there was any reason, they don't hesitate to remove a child.
Can I add something right quick?
of course,
Didn't CPS go to Summer Wells the day before she went missing?
that's a rumor.
Yeah,
That's
that's
never been
That's a
confirmed.
rumor?
Hmm.
can I add something right quick?
Of
Poor
course.
grandma.
I know Granny's watching and a lot of other creators are Team Sebastian. And we would like to see all the parents work together. And I know that some people have said that this is a Seth bashing panel.
No.
But here's the thing. We're trying to balance out information and misinformation. And so if anything sounds like it's Seth bashing, it's trying to even the playing field because Seth has been more vocal. Seth has been the one that has put out information like the incontinence briefs and the essay and all of that stuff. And so there are a lot of channels, some true crime channels that have absolutely vilified Katie and Chris. They're not out searching, they're not out blah blah blah, and they've totally overlooked Seth. So this is not a Seth bashing session. This is just leveling the playing field to show that, like I think it was Avery said, if we go looking deep enough, we can find something on anybody.
Yep.
So I'm going to jump down, Granny. I just wanted to come up as the resident autistic person and throw my 2 cents in about the diagnosis. And I've been up here too long.
Can I say,
Thank you,
Grandma,
Granny.
you look amazing today, by
You're
the
so
way.
welcome. Thank you.
You look amazing. I'm loving your
I love
outfit
Grandma
today.
Sherry. She's so
It
sweet.
makes me happy.
I love your outfit, Wee Frosty Evil.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, hon.
Oh, you didn't. You didn't.
Happy
Kick her, Granny.
birthday.
Kick her off the panel immediately.
Yes, I love.
Can I address something that was said about Katie not necessarily being on as many panels or talking as much as, say, Chris or Seth? I want to point out that when Adam Walsh went missing, people gave his mother crap because she was the one that was with Adam when he disappeared. She wasn't doing any of the talking. It was all John Walsh. People were accusing her of having something nefarious to do with Adam's disappearance.
Mhm.
And look how that played out.
Yep.
You know, there's no playbook for how parents are supposed to react when their child goes missing. And sometimes it's easier, if you're the one that was there when your child went missing, to let your rock, your support team, do some of the talking for you. I mean, we don't know how we're going to react when something like this happens. And it's just, I believe in giving grace to all the parents involved, because at the end of the day, if it was my child that went missing, I don't know how I would react. You know, none of
Well,
us have been in the situation where we've had a child go missing.
Well, and here's
Agreed.
the thing. Katie is doing professional speaking, right? She's speaking for the news. Katie and Chris were the first to come out and do a news interview. She went on Nancy Grace. She's going where it matters. She's not, this is a woman whose child is missing. I'm not going to judge her because she doesn't jump on a small YouTube channel panel and defend her name against public. Like Chris said, who cares what the public thinks of me? I care about my child. I don't know why that people use that against Katie at all, to be honest. I just don't get it.
And judge her? How can you judge her until you walk in her shoes and you have to go through that? You have no idea how you would react.
Yeah.
I think some of the confusion with that comes in. You see other mothers like Riley Strain's mother. That was a recent situation in the state of Tennessee, and it's so dramatically different. And it's not that everyone reacts the same, but I think it's the lack of reaction that is causing a lot of question. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean, that is fair. And to be fair, it seems like from what people have dug up, Katie has a lot of trauma. She's
Right.
experienced a lot in her young life, right? Like in her early years and everything.
And let's be honest here, with Riley Strand case, there was already, I guess to say, red flags. They knew things weren't good.
Well, not only that, but nobody was attacking Riley Strain's parents. Nobody was attacking that mother. It was a little different for her to come forward than it is in this situation.
It was a very different situation as well. Whenever someone goes missing from outside the home compared to a disappearance from the home, there's a very different expectation from everybody. And I think that's a certain amount of that is natural, because you would question, well, what would I do? What would happen if it was me? I think that's normal for everybody. What changes is when it comes to YouTube, there's a very whipped up dramatic effect, and that the very people who'll pick in one case parents to be the hero of the situation will then pick parents in another case to be the villains of the piece, with completely no corroborating information, just because they decide they like one and don't like the other one.
Right. I seen my sister, who's a very strong woman who raised her son herself, was a single parent. I seen someone who was outgoing, who just shrivel up into and just totally shut down and close off. And I'm so thankful we didn't come to social media, because she'd have been shredded.
Well, you know what's ironic? On one hand, people judge Chris for being too reactive. And on the other hand, people judge Katie for being not reactive. Thank you so much, accordingly. So there's like this, it's just unfair the way people treat the Proudfoots, in my opinion, which, hot mess, it sounds like you lean more towards a dislike towards the Proudfoots, which I understand. I'm not stupid.
I don't have a dislike for anyone. It's just you have to look at what's presented and go from there. You know what I mean? So when you're aggressive and cursing at women on panels and on Facebook and things like that, you have to stop and go, whoa, what happens when nobody's looking?
Well,
But that's all. You also got to take into consideration how his wife and him have been non-stop attacked, harassed, threatened, stalked, you
Well,
name it. It's all be done. She had to leave her own home for safety reasons.
well,
So
no,
I
I don't
get it.
even personally. I don't even that. I don't even. What I want to know is what if there's been non-reaction. What are you basing your opinion on then? Her
Explain
silence?
that.
If for
Who, me?
you, yes, if for you is her lack of reaction, or you're saying Chris has gone on panels and cursed, and hasn't Seth cursed on panels? Is cursing really that?
Oh, I'm not at any point in this, saying Seth is, not done anything that has been distasteful. It
Okay,
was ridiculous to go onto a video and say F you to people that are out there putting their blood, sweat, and tears to search for your son. I mean,
right,
that was like I was offended, to be honest.
right, of
Um
course.
and so it's not directed at my questioning of this is not directed at any one of these people. It
Oh,
just not at all. I'm not defending anyone. I have no horse in this race.
okay,
But I
because
do.
it did very much come off like you were judging Chris more so, like Chris with the
I'm
CPS, and then
questioning.
right,
I'm asking
question. Okay,
questions.
okay,
Yes, that's where I'm at in the situation because we're all bystanders to it. But you know, they're begging for the public to step up and help, and begging, everyone get out there, and everybody is right. And it's you have to question what's going on, and you can only go off of what you actually hear them saying and doing. So I think they're all three, and I said this earlier, like there's too much happening around Sebastian leading up
yes.
to his disappearance that is just not okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the one major change that was going to take place is he was set to go live with Seth and do
And
online
do home.
schooling.
Yes. And
So,
he was not happy about it.
like Captain Avi said here, the lack of reaction of public eye. She's military. You're trained how to react and maintain, composure of yourself. So, could her military training come into play with the lack of reaction?
My
Thank you,
husband's a
Captain.
retired chief in the U.S. Navy.
Oh,
I
thank
am
you for your
intimately
service.
aware. Yeah, intimately aware with military and military training and the military lifestyle.
Okay.
And so I can understand that statement.
Hmm.
And we go back to the point of everybody reacts differently.
Right.
So I don't think it's fair to criticize everyone for how they're handling this extremely horrible situation.
Right.
I mean, this is almost 70 days of a 15-year-old
Hmm.
that is just not being found.
Yeah.
And
It's really horrible.
I don't know why that is. I mean, I only have fur babies, so I'm not going to speak to, an autistic child. I am not licensed or in any position to have any real professional input there.
Okay.
Um, but could he have just left and
Absolutely.
he's somewhere in underneath somebody's shed or in you know what I mean? Like they may find him close to his home still. That's
Right.
a possibility still. I'm open to that. So when you're asking all of us to be in this with you, to then turn on people that are trying to be supportive but are getting misinformation, zero information from law enforcement. I mean,
Mhm.
it's you now end up in this weird place, right?
Is
Yeah, you end
this
up in the
So
drama cycle, which is where
is
it sounds like we've all landed.
is
Yep.
this the first case you've sort of become closely involved with, Hot Mess? I'm curious. It's not a judgment. I'm just trying to
sure,
find out where you've landed.
I'm an innocent bystander, and I have followed many cases. I am not law enforcement. I am not an expert. I am not a medical professional, nor am I a legal analyst or any of those things. I train
Just a
horses for a living. I
just a feeler
read.
like all of us. I get
I
it.
am. I
My
am.
question is though,
And sure.
the things the things you have mentioned, when I kind of come back with a rebuttal, you kind of then back down from your initial feeling. So I'm a bit confused on what exactly is your feelings on this. Like what, because you mentioned, the discussion and you had some questions. And so we brought up the CPS and then it brought up the CPS and then the lack of reaction. And when we bring up a reason for lack of reaction, so like, I don't really understand, I guess, where you're coming from, because it doesn't, it's not flowing if for lack of words.
Well, I didn't join the panel to get into drama or have a great argument.
Okay.
I'm interested.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a part of the conversation. I'm collecting information, which I think is an intelligent way to be about this, because, we hear a lot of garbage from people that are not intimately involved.
Mm-hmm.
That's really tough. I just wanted to ask some questions to you guys, and these are the questions that I've had. The jury's still out for me. I think that law enforcement being so quiet is very concerning. And I know that it's ongoing. Yes, I know it's an ongoing investigation, and I appreciate that they're not releasing anything and everything. But that's contributing, because you have a big contradiction. You have the, no offense, hot-headed Chris. You have an outspoken Seth. You have silent Katie, and then law enforcement. Nothing to see here.
But I've seen plenty with Chris where he's not hot-headed, and I don't like that people label him as hot-headed. No one should be labeled. Also,
I don't feel like that's I'm labeling him. I think he labeled himself that.
Okay,
so
but you would feel he's doing what my husband has done in the past. That is her husband. That is her protector. Of course, she's going to look to him, and he's going to try to protect his wife from all this frivolous stuff. So I get his.
Well,
I
can understand wanting to protect your wife, and I think that that's admirable in men that do that. I don't know Chris from a hole in the wall, so I'm not going to assign any adjectives to him. All I can do is go off of the words he has said, and that is something he has said. So
and Seth himself says he's hot-headed as well, right? And we know when it comes to Chris, even though he's hot-headed, we know he was at work. We know he passed a polygraph. We know nobody has been labeled nor cleared as suspects. So this focus on simply on Chris and his hot-headedness, that doesn't really what is that? It doesn't change anything.
Do you have a similar focus when it comes to Seth cracking off-color jokes and stuff on panels, and whenever they're meant? Because that's curious to me. People don't talk about that very often, and I understand there could be an excuse initially for it being some nervousness.
That's why the PR representative was recently hired, because I don't think Seth should be speaking the way he's been speaking. And I don't know, again, Seth at all, but I know that he has been giving interviews, going on panels, and a lot of things that have been said. It's like, oh, please don't, no. You know what I mean? And it's like the FU comment. That was so far out of bounds, very out of bounds. And so I think a PR representative to keep him from doing those things, because it's not helpful.
Right. And I'm sure law enforcement has also suggested to him to ease off and to not say certain things, but he has not bothered to pay attention to them as well. So I don't know how well.
Well, what bothers me is, I mean, to be honest, you can tell you have a biased tone, right? Because Seth, you label Seth like, oh, he's active, and, oh, he's not saying, the right things. But with Chris, you're like, he's hot-headed. And, so it's very clear that you lean more towards, Seth, being sympathetic towards Seth and a dislike for Chris. But for what we're trying to say is why is that? You mentioned inconsistencies. Can you give us an inconsistency that you've seen?
Again, I'm not working off of notes, so I'm not going to get pushed into a corner.
I'm not trying to
Um,
push you into a corner. You came up here
no,
with it. And
I'm not.
I mean, even like you said, I'm not going to label Chris with an adjective, but you did. You called him hot-headed. So like, that's what I'm
He
saying. You're
called
kind of
himself that. He
right,
called himself that.
but you did
So
as well.
my descriptive word or words for him was his own designation.
Right, and Seth said his
And
middle name is Trouble.
I said that Seth has said inappropriate things. I'm not defending either one of them.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
I'm
get
not
at.
defending any of them.
Okay, well then maybe kind of
I'm questioning all of them
okay
because this child has been missing for over 2 months. And there was a lot of people that should have been taking care of him that obviously weren't. And
that's
so
all
I
three
think
parents.
it's all three parents.
Right.
That is all three parents. And Seth came out telling about the essay that happened to him. That made me question Seth.
That was
If
cringe.
you knew that, it was very cringe. And if you think that that's what's going on and he's in the care of these two other individuals, why weren't you trying to pull him out years ago?
Right. Well, and then he
here's
later
not a defense of Seth. I'm not defending Seth. I don't know that anyone can be defended in this. I think that I am Team Sebastian, and I'm continuing to ask questions of how did this happen? How did we get to this point? And you can only go off of what these individuals are doing and saying.
Right. And I think we've gotten to this point because of what Seth is saying. That's how we got into this point because of what Seth is saying. That's my entire point of this entire stream. This whole thing has been spun into this circus, if you will, of misinformation, of information we don't need, of personal details, all deflecting from what matters, which is Sebastian. We are now at the point where it has become, are you pro Seth or are you pro Chris? Because you can't be pro both. You can't be against both. You have to pick one or the other because that is where Seth himself has led us. It's absolutely crazy what has happened.
Sebastian is lost in this, and that's who should be in the forefront, and that should be who it's all about. It should not be about whatever happened 10, 15 years ago, or 5 years ago.
Or a CPS report that we don't even know. You don't know. We don't know
and we'll never get
the CPS report. All we know is, that there was a report. Obviously not enough to have Sebastian removed. We don't know the time frame of it. So I understand what you're saying, but I also don't.
Do households without problems have CPS reports? That's where my perspective is at. Like, if there's a CPS report, then something's going on.
That's not true. That's not true, though.
There are many families who have problems who don't have CPS reports.
Right. And also a lot of a frivolous complaint get called in, and every complaint has to be checked out within 24 hours. And a lot of them are unfounded. So just because there was a CPS report doesn't mean.
I think where I'm at is when you have a CPS report and then a child is missing, that you have to stop and go, what's happening in the house?
Okay,
and it doesn't.
The report was beforehand, but
the point about the CPS report, that's not going to be released, and unless it is, we are discussing speculatory information. It is that basic. We have witnessed already there are channels that build themselves off false information, provably false, taken from Facebook, claiming to be from CPS reports, etc., when there is no basis for that information. It's all speculation. And that is sort of where I feel like you are coming. That's where I feel like you are feeding into this a little by repeating this CPS report, but we do not have information on. But you're restating it over and over again. It's very strange.
Well, it was brought back to me. I let it go.
Yeah,
but it was brought back.
I did. I brought it back up.
Let's be careful about that.
Oh, I'll
I'm
be
sorry?
careful about. You're going to need to be careful about how you speak to other people because we're not meeting you with the same energy. We're not.
Camera on, Stephen. Thumb up. Or do you want the camera off? Good. Okay. Hey, Stephen. Welcome. Or even. I'm sorry. Can you hear us?
All right, I can't hear that great, but either way, yeah. How about just assume everybody's innocent until the police come out and say a crime's been committed?
Right.
I think that's the best idea.
That's the
You
best
know,
idea, but unfortunately, it's not the way true crime on here goes. That's the unfortunate part.
Well, I did actually say that a few minutes ago. He may have just left and could be close to the home, and we just
well,
haven't found him.
I hear people all day long calling into shows, and they've got their theories and whatnot, and it always ends up, they try to justify themselves by saying, I suspect everybody. We need to get
Right.
Art,
back
if you ask,
suspecting
sorry, go
nobody
ahead.
in this country. We're to the point where we're suspecting people before a crime's even been committed,
Right. It's
before the
not even a
police even
criminal
say it's a
investigation.
crime.
Right.
We got to put the
Right.
brakes on here in this country and turn this around.
Right. Because we're over 2 months of Sebastian missing. And despite the rumors, it has not been labeled a criminal case yet.
Nope, it hasn't. And law enforcement's made that clear that they have said that at that time when they did their presser, there was nothing to point to foul play on
Right.
the parents,
Which
and
I
that the
think is
parents were
where
all cooperating.
Hot Mess is coming from, because if Hot Mess is pretty much saying the police are no longer saying anything, so we're getting no real updates, so we're left to
No,
speculation, is how you're feeling, Hot Mess. And for you,
I
a
am.
key point for your speculation is the CPS report. Although we don't know the date of it, we don't know the relevancy of it. All we do know is that Sebastian was not removed from the home. We also know that Chris was not in the home for what, a month,
Agreed.
right?
Agreed.
So there's also that aspect of
Yeah.
it. And then, like I said, you also had the CPS report through the school on Seth. So, I guess
The reason it just breaks your heart that you have this much, happening with this child, and now he's missing.
right. I
I don't
understand
think
that.
I don't think this is probably that abnormal of a family in this country. I just think when a kid comes up missing, that's when all the skeletons get drug out of the closet. I think you would probably find out if you did your research that they may be a little worse than most, but they're probably pretty close to the average family in this country. People have kids
I wouldn't
together, they don't
disagree with
stay
that comment.
together. People
I
have
wouldn't disagree with that
weird
comment at
things
all.
that they like. They refuse to get therapy. This world's going to hell.
Hey,
Yes.
Arctic, you made a point. You were in the beginning when you first came up, and you gave your thoughts on what happened. And you said about the noise, and it could have possibly been him going out a window. Do you know if law enforcement checked the windows?
Oh,
I
absolutely.
do not know if, I mean, I can't imagine that they haven't. They've been in that house 10 times.
Right.
So I know that they had to have looked at that. And whether the window was up or down doesn't necessarily mean anything, in my opinion, because windows fall all the time. In fact,
Right.
that
And
could
he
have
could
been
have
the
closed
window
it
falling.
himself.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And it could have been like my
I
windows
want
are.
to say that
Just takes a pinky to lift it up and push it right back down. So
I believe that I've heard it said already. It was probably earlier on, but they did say that there was no evidence of entry or exit.
Right. Which comes back to what
So
Chris
that's
and
I
Katie
think
have stated.
that's where Chris gets in a lot of trouble when he says, "Oh, he went out the front door," and everybody's like, "Oh, you did something with him. How do you know that?" Because he's tried to explain it to people over and over. He's just too much of a jerk. He can't get the point across.
he's not a jerk.
There's
He
a
got his
code
point across. People weren't listening.
Sebastian knows, and there's a code or only, and all the others have a regular lock, and he doesn't have the deadbolt key.
Right.
He's
So what
tried to
happens
explain
when the
this.
code with a coded door is you put the code in and it automatically locks behind you. So he could have went out that door. That's how they know it had to be that door, because all the other doors were
Yes.
locked for a different format. So it had to be that lock.
And
It
I
had to be
bet
that
you,
door.
I'm pretty sure they can probably take that thing apart and they can probably figure out what time it was opened.
Plus, there's
You know,
the trend.
and a lot of these theories, you know, I mean, you know, we don't know what the police know, you know. They might know the door was open one time in the middle of the night. So the parents couldn't have been going in and out and doing this and then back out and back in.
Right.
You know, we just don't know.
I wish that there were better press conferences to help reduce some of the drama that we're all discussing.
Do you have an
And
example of a case where you feel like there has been better information from police on the current situation? I'm curious to see if there's somewhere that you feel like
Well, if this
police have
happens in Polk
communicated
County,
differently.
Florida, you know, if this happened in Polk County, Florida, you'd have so much info you wouldn't know what to do with it, because Grady Judd does his own press conferences. He's his own press releaser.
Okay, you're talking, law enforcement has done an outstanding job and continues to do an outstanding job in this case.
But they don't have to
and it's
release
not going,
info.
no, and they're not going to.
Exactly.
And Grady wouldn't
We
release
aren't
actual factual info in an open case that could jeopardize the case. Grady would not do that.
exactly. We are
Well, he
not
would,
owed
I
jack
believe,
shit
you
by
know,
law
he would come
enforcement.
out and he would say enough, and he would say it in the right wording that people would make their own conclusions as to, you know, where it's at. I mean, you know, you pretty much, you know, the world we live in. They got to come out and say a bunch of stuff without saying anything,
Right.
and then everybody's satisfied. Even I'm like, what did you learn? Did you learn anything? They passed you around from this person to that. Well, I'll let this person answer it. Then that person gets up and says, well, we're looking into that, and you know, it's a unified deal, and you learn
Right. But
nothing.
that's because the public feels they're entitled to this information because of social media. We are not. We have no entitlement to whatever the police
I
have.
agree.
When they close the
Exactly.
case, then you'll get every bit of it.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Look at the Delphi case. Look how long the investigators in that case sat on information while they built a case, to the
Yeah.
point that, including myself, I mean, I take blame where blame is due. I was calling law enforcement out in that case for not doing their damn jobs. Meanwhile, they had been sitting on that information while they built their case. So we don't always know what's going on behind the scenes, and law enforcement does not owe us a damn thing. They're going to hold on to information that they feel is pertinent to the case because they don't want to jeopardize the case. And as far
Exactly.
as you wish we had more information, Hot Mess, I wish we had better creators that weren't out here putting out all kinds of fucking misinformation and creating the narratives to
Disinformation.
fill people's heads with a bunch
Right.
of bullshit.
Right.
Well,
That's
as I
where
said
I.
You
earlier,
know,
the
I want to
drama
make this
is
point.
gotten
You
places.
know, we got documents last year, that a batch of documents that were received, evidence from the Kennedy assassination, and we still got other evidence that they've put on file that they're not going to release until it's 100 years old. So that's like 2061 or you know whatever. I mean, they're slow
I,
giving this stuff out.
I just think if the police has suspects, they would say as much. And right now they don't. Right now
Right.
there is nothing to. They have made it
I
very
got a
clear
theory.
they don't have foul play, and that all the families are cooperating with them. That is the most easiest way for them to say they're not suspects. So why people keep speculating on Katie and Chris, and Katie must have done this, and his parents did this, and his sister did, it's all stupid. It's all
This is
speculation.
what people do, you know. Anytime like there's a murder, and you'll see everybody, they get hung up all week on what. Like, I wonder, do the police have the cell phone? Was the cell phone found?
That's
I
one of
heard
the
the cell
first things they
phone
do is
wasn't
take the
there. That's,
electronic.
you know, and it's like, listen, if they don't have the cell phone, they're going to say, we do not have the cell phone. If they don't say
Right.
that, then that means they got it, buddy. Yeah. It's like you have to be able to deduct a little bit of reasoning and theory, and I think it's most likely. I think Chris is probably a jerk, hard to deal with, even harder to live with. He might border on being abusive, but is he a killer? No, I don't think so. And I think he probably does tell Katie, he gets fed up and he's got an anger issue, and he probably says, I can't deal with him. He's not going to make it. We're going to have to do something. I think we'll send
You're
him off
breaking out.
somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry. I
That's
think maybe
okay.
Katie sent him off somewhere.
No,
But
Katie
and
sent
that
him off somewhere, and Chris
if that
there
might
was
not
would
the
even
be a
case,
know.
they
trail
She
should.
of
might.
that.
If that was the case, the police would know that.
Well, if the
The
picture's real,
right. If the picture's real, I
if the
mean,
picture is really him, that's my theory. If the picture's real, I think she sent him off. I don't even think Chris knows. I think she just told Chris Sebastian's gone.
oh,
She wants
okay.
to save that marriage. Her family are not good people, right? I've heard a
Her
Well,
lot of
family
no,
that.
has
I've
nothing
seen
to
a
do
lot
with
about
that.
that.
right. And has anybody looked
So
into Seth's
so
family? I mean, come on.
she may not want to go back to him. She may not want to be around her
Oh, I don't
family, and I
know.
may not blame her. You know,
Mm,
I
and
I
Chris
don't.
may treat her great, and people just don't know it.
Okay. I disagree
You
with you.
know,
I think if
no,
that was the case, the police would know. There's
yeah.
just
There
that's
would
not.
there would be a trail. There would be money be missing. There would be. Yeah, I don't agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and he could have
I
just left
question
too,
also
especially us. You know,
facial recognition from that photo that has been circulating from the Grandfather Mountain Visitor Center.
yeah,
Can't
what
that be
threw
used?
threw me for a loop.
Can't what be it? Facial recognition?
Facial, yeah.
Oh, of course. I mean, sure. I'm sure the police are looking into it right now as we speak. Unfortunately, the internet works faster than police. So what seems like it should have been a week ago, in reality, it's just not that easy. Police have protocols to follow. They have steps to take. They have to get warrants. They have to reach out to the other state. They have to talk to so there's so much. I'm sure they're looking into if that's Sebastian or not.
They
Well,
got
so
red
that's what
tape.
I'm
They have to work through the red
Absolutely.
tape too.
that's what I'm waiting on from that photo
Right.
because I don't know. I mean, and then you have Chris said it is not him. You have Katie and Seth said it could be or it is. I'm not gonna, make a claim there. Um, so let's wait for the facial recognition because they're utilizing all agencies, and I think law enforcement is doing their job. So I'm not at all, what is law enforcement up to? I just think that we have so much going on with the internet, and it would just be helpful to say, we are doing facial recognition. Stand by,
Yeah,
folks. That would help, right? I
I do
don't,
think
I
it's
don't
they
have
sent a big
any
message
blame.
by not saying it's not him in the picture. You figure you would hear them come
Yeah.
out by now and say, "Look, it's not him. We're still looking," and they
Law
haven't
Well,
said
and
enforcement's not going to
anything.
come out
So,
and make any statement
that shows
without
you that
being
they're
in.
doing their due diligence on the
Oh
photo.
my
They're taking
lord!
their time and
exactly.
doing it correctly.
I'm glad they're looking into it, but I do want to point out that even if that picture turns out to be Sebastian, that doesn't prove anything towards Katie having anything to do with sending him off. Like one of the people in
No,
chat said, can you imagine that they would that Katie would send her child off only to be belittled, harassed, and vilified all over YouTube for months on end? That doesn't make a lick
Exactly.
of sense.
Not a bit. And why would she send him off when he was going to live with his father?
That's a question I.
some people say, he was kicking up dust, really fighting against that. And I heard Seth confronted about it one day during an interview, and he kind of denied it, but he didn't really stand firm on it. Like, he's kind of like, well, yeah, there were a couple times, when he kind of didn't want to live with me, but we worked through them. And I'm thinking, bro, that to me sounds like a guy saying, I convinced him.
Right. I mean, it
You
has
know,
come out and stated that Sebastian did not want to go live with Seth. Seth himself said that it was meant as a punishment. So it's
and
just
guys,
But
as
to,
rude as people claim Chris is, you know what the crazy thing is? He really didn't want to let that out. Like you could really tell when he said it, like he really didn't want to let it out. It was just like, man, you guys are really just accusing me of he wanted out of my house so bad.
but
Do you guys know that this was a year-long thing that he didn't want to go live with Seth? It's like,
I
right, and
think
that's
that
because that's sorry, go ahead, we.
no, I was go ahead, Granny. I didn't mean to. I was just wondering where even Stephen thinks that maybe. Do you not think if that's the case that if Sebastian, because that's who we're focusing on, Sebastian
mhm.
didn't want to go live with his father, that it considering that this child could look after himself whenever he was left unattended by both sets of parents in the family, for many hours on end, he was obviously capable of maintaining safety, attending to himself in various different ways. But you think it's more likely that his mother has sent him off?
No, I think that's probably the most far-fetched explanation. I would say probably the most likely is probably he just maybe heard them arguing a lot lately, and maybe he got up to the age where he started paying closer attention, and he could start feeling maybe like Chris doesn't want me around,
I just think that
and
is such
possibly he
a
just he
no.
just got out of there. Maybe.
No,
I
no.
just think that's such a ridiculous statement to make because Chris was barely in the home. He was barely there.
Yeah, he was working out
Well,
3.5 hours away, working long days, probably six,
they're
maybe.
talking on the phone. They could be arguing on the
Oh,
phone every day, and he can tell that
Yeah,
it's
I
over
don't like the
him,
speculation to be honest.
and
I just don't think
you
it's
just
true.
never know. But I can tell you this much. Chris, I mean, I've known a lot of people like him in my life with that kind of attitude and that kind of
but
bravado and the way. I just
But
don't think he just didn't do
bravado?
anything.
you're meeting
Yeah,
you don't really know.
if everybody accuses you of stuff, you've got two types of people. You've got majority of people would either go this route, try to do it through the legal system, or just cower down, disappear out of the public, quit watching videos, quit listening, cut themselves off. I don't want to see all this bad stuff about myself. But then there's that small slice of people like Chris, he confronts it all. And
He
boy, in
didn't
this world
confront
we
it.
live in today, it just doesn't come off well, does it? And I don't get it.
He
It's
Well,
like
didn't.
defending yourself.
What do you talk? He has sat back, and his wife and him have been endlessly attacked. He
Exactly.
has every right to have. He's entitled to his
Exactly.
feelings to
You
be
don't, I think you're
angry,
missing
and
my point. I
you're
I
think you're
think
saying
missing my point.
no.
My
I'm not
what
point
missing
what
your
it
is
point.
what
I'm
is your
fine
point?
with it. I have no problem with it, but it does not play well in today's society. I mean I got one that just turned 18. It's like, you know, this society, you know, you can't don't spank your kid, period. You use the palm of your hand, you hit them on the butt, they had jeans on, we don't care. CPS will
I
come in and take your kids and put your kids in a safety plan, and you won't get them back until
And
you
there you
take
have it.
18
CPS
cooking
would have
courses.
removed him if they thought there was any reason to.
I agree. That's my point exactly. So what's the point of when he calls into all these shows and everything he says, I can make perfect sense of it, even though all these people that run these shows, they laugh at him and they try to make fun of him and they cackle like witches, and it's like
Dude, no
I'm not
offense, but you
laughing. I
came up
understand
here.
everything he says, and in my mind, an innocent man would defend himself that way,
Well, I'm
Okay,
glad you
but
understand it because you
pointedly.
seem to have a negative outlook on him as well, which means that you fed into what these cackling panel guests are doing. I'll be honest, you guys are
I
thoroughly
just think
confusing me.
he's a personality type, like that. They boil quickly,
Well,
and
I
it
would
doesn't
too
make
in
them
this
violent.
circumstance.
Doesn't make them violent people, but it just makes them. I've had to tell a friend recently, like, man, out of your friend circle, it just looks like there's no way you can ever make yourself look good doing it, man. You know, you'll never convince them. They're just cupcakes. Everybody's a cupcake.
Mm,
I
okay,
You
say
I
know.
get it.
snowflake. Lots of snowflake.
Yeah, snowflake. Yeah, that's a better one because
Well, I
they
think
pretty
part of the
much
issue,
melt.
part of part of the issue here is things like this. It didn't bother me until neighbors started saying he had to sleep in a garage and was sprayed by a pressure washer. You're basing that off of zero fact. I mean, this
I'd
is
like to
just
make a
somebody
point
claiming.
on that. I'm a contractor. Okay, I've heard all this all day the last
Oh,
2 days
boy.
with, oh, he sprayed him with a pressure washer. Supposedly he had a 15-degree tip on. That'll cut you. It will
Yeah,
cut
he
you
looked
if you
at
press
that.
it up on your skin. But if I turn around, and I've done it to my daughter before, she'll come out and she'll say, Daddy, spray me. You know, and as long as she's 10 or 12 feet away, I can spray her with that pressure washer. It's just like a fat mist. You know, it loses its pressure within
Great
32
point.
inches
On a
of the tip of the gun.
on a very basic level, anybody who's ever worked outside, whether it's from mucking out horses to construction work, there's a very practical use for a power washer just to wash off your shoes, your boots. That I mean
Yes.
that's kind of normal. But
I
it
mean,
depends.
you
Context
have to
is
really get up
important.
close. You know, you have to just
Right.
get right up on something to really get it to do damage. You know, if he's 5 or 6 feet away and he flips around and says, "Hey, Sebastian," and sprays him, and they laughed at each other, and it was a giggle. You never know, and
Right.
that
There's
doesn't
just no
hurt
proof
that
of it, though. So there's
ionized
no reason to even
water.
speculate on it. It's nothing more than speculation. It's nothing more than for people to throw out that Chris was abusive.
Right.
There's no validation behind it. There's nothing.
It's nothing but rumor.
Right.
And
I
It's not
have
even
spreading
worth
those rumors and
nothing.
gossip is not helping.
well,
Right.
I have more
You're
query
damned
about
if you do, and
somebody
you're
who would.
damned if you don't. You know, he calls in and he tries to get in front of the public. You know, on
I
a YouTube show in front of the public, and he tries to defend himself, and that doesn't go well. And then the other way
What did
doesn't
you
go
find
well because
attention
that's just
span?
him sitting quietly and getting just mountains of bull crap built up on him.
I have more
You
query
know,
about somebody who would watch somebody else in public do this theoretical thing that would
Right.
abuse a child and do nothing, not even
Right.
lift a phone.
That's
What
how
is
I feel.
wrong with you?
yes.
Well, now
why
they're
why would
claiming they're
If I
claiming
saw
that they
somebody
spoke to
shoot a pressure
CPS.
washer on a kid and it was close enough where I thought, oh, that's still pressurized water, I would definitely say something. I would say, hey, man, you can kill a person if you get that close to their skin. And, you
I
know,
just
it
think
might end
it's
up
just
being an
stupid.
argument, but I just
Anybody
don't
can
think he
call in
did
right
it.
now. Anybody can call in right now and just say that they're a neighbor. It's just stupid.
Mhm.
There's no, it's not
I
even worth the
agree.
gossip that it takes on this panel because all that does is further the narrative that took place. There's no
Right.
proof it took place.
Well, the
And
mattress in the
they're all
garage
passing
is
that call
gaining a lot of
around.
steam now, you know,
But the
and
mattress
he
has been
answered
there from
this.
day one. He answered this from day
Chris
one.
said
He was
the
given a new
first
mattress.
the first appearance he ever made, he answered this mattress question. They got the new mattress, but they hadn't disposed of the old mattress yet. Boom.
Right. So ask
It's
yourselves why over
why did you get
60
a new
days.
mattress, Chris? He said because
Oh my
Sebastian
goodness.
pees
Oh my
sometimes,
Lord.
and we didn't, you know.
Well, why again? Why 60 days later would these stories be coming out? Because the rumors are running down. Creators need clicks and views, and they're losing Seth. He's no longer going to be doing their little panel tours. So you're going to see and hear more from neighbors and people that knew people and a cousin that went to school with a cousin. It's gonna be happening all
Yeah.
over now. So
Yeah.
it's stupid. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It does nothing but feed into the bullshit that we're feeding into right now, which is honestly infuriating.
Yeah.
It's just
I
not
mean,
even worth
it's true.
the gossip. It's stupid.
But the difference is, Granny,
But you do.
you're not feeding into it. You're trying to show, where they're spreading. And I'm not even giving them credit for misinformation anymore. It's flat out disinformation. You're trying, a lot of us are trying to show people, look, this is what they're doing. It's not factual. It's nothing but gossip and rumors. It's hurting the case. And I think people are starting to realize that.
Yeah, you have
Yeah, you're not
creators
going to
out
hear
here
this
that
conversation anywhere else. This is the only place where this conversation's going
Dude, you
on.
confused me because you came out the gate accusing Katie of putting him somewhere, so you totally can.
No, I just
right.
said that was a theory. Actually, I came out the gate saying, how about everybody's innocent, ma'am? Instead of you
That's true.
saying that you suspect everybody, how about just everybody's innocent?
It
You
is
know, but
interesting though that certain creators can't even use their actual names, that they have to give them a nickname, and a cruel one at that, where they will repeat that name. I don't want to give the particular creator a shout out, but that to me is curious. If you can't even use someone's name, you cannot tell me then that your information is unbiased, because you've already started. And it only
I
gets
agree.
worse from there on out. And it's the same with repeating certain little parts of information that gets fed from one chat to another chat, and then people take it as gospel. Where does
Well,
that
some
all get us?
content creators that call themselves journalists, and they say this is the new age journalism, which I believe that's true to an extent because we are making a switch. But you cannot call yourself a journalist when you get this information and before you let this person run rampant on 50, 60,000 people listening, that you verify who they are, where they live, when they live there. This stuff has to line up. That way you can tell your listeners, look, I can't
Well,
say for sure that this is true, what you're about to hear, but I will tell you this. The dates line up. I verified as much as I could, but they don't do that.
no, and journalists don't go around making jokes about last names. So they don't lack professionalism like that.
No,
There's
they don't
nothing.
cost,
They're
yeah,
not
stinky
journalists,
feet, you know,
right?
the stinky
Yeah,
Stupid.
feet. And
don't repeat them. Please don't repeat them.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I don't.
yeah.
disgusting.
Stupid.
Hey,
So
don't even
let's
get
get
me
back
started
into.
on I've noticed it a lot with this case only lately. A lot of creators are openly like getting excited and bragging like we're up to 60,000. Oh my God, keep on joining. We'll get to 70,000 by the time Sebastian comes home. And it's like, come on, man. That's tasteless.
No, it's been done in many cases,
I agree with
unfortunately.
Like,
that.
you know, like, hey, if you get all your friends to
I'll agree with
subscribe to me, if we hit 70,000, folks, I by the time we hit 70,000, Sebastian will come home. It's like, come on. You sell your soul for 10,000 subscribers? I'll send you a couple
you. Well,
super chats. That's $10.
in these anyone who's commenting on this, you're obviously coming from a place of bias because you have your own personal opinion of it.
Right.
So that's where you get these content creators and those who are speaking on it. You know, it's their it's their perspective, and I
Yes.
think you have to take it with a grain of salt, right? And that's why I wanted to join this panel today because it's a matter of have the conversation, but it's coming from your own personal experiences, your own personal perspective, and not that that's wrong. I don't know that it's helpful. Please
Right. But here's
understand
the
that.
right. No, I get. Well, you're right. Like you said, it's not really helpful, but it is wrong because if you can have bias, right? I've openly said I am biased against Seth. I don't care for Seth at all. But I'm not up here making up rumors on Seth. I'm not going to sit up here and speculate that Seth's family owns a jet and they, flew Sebastian here or there. People are saying that in that photo
I
that
think
is
Seth
not
might be
confirmed.
autistic also.
In the photo that's not confirmed about Sebastian, people are saying it looks like Seth's sister. I could run with that rumor. I could headline that
Oh,
and get plenty of views off of it. But it does no
I
good
don't like
because
that.
these are actual victims of a
Right.
tragedy right now, right? So just
That's
given
right.
the fact that creators have biasm isn't fair enough. That's not good enough. Your bias should never lead to harmful speculation, such as allowing these stupid so-called neighbors up or speculating about CPS, but nobody knows the details of it, or the speculations are harmful. That's a
Hey, do you
problem.
guys
Speculations are
remember?
harmful. Operating under fact is the best way to go, right? And that's where when we're having these discussions, you have to ask, what is fact? That's why I was here today.
Well,
Like
I'm glad you came
where
up.
Fact,
oh
fact
thank you.
is what's been
I've
put out.
enjoyed all of you.
Fact, fact is what's been put out by law enforcement. Fact is what's been put out by credible news sources. That's why when as a creator, when I cover a case, that's what I use as content is what I can verifiably prove that's been put out by either one of the parents, that's been put out by a credible news source, that's been put out by law enforcement. Anything else we don't know. We're not private investigators. We're not law enforcement, and law enforcement doesn't owe us a damn thing. So at the end of the day, that's what's important, is to stick to the facts that we know that we can verify.
And I think that's
I
where a
agree.
lot of us in the public are trying to get to. What are the facts? Because it's being so convoluted with so much speculation. That's where I keep arriving at, right? Like it's everybody's impression, it's everybody's suspicion, it's everybody's, you know, personal triggers or whatever. And you have to step back and go, okay, we're searching for a 15-year-old.
Right.
And what are the facts? And it's gotten so convoluted. So jury's still out with me. I said that earlier. I've heard things. I'm asking questions. I'm investigating. I invite, conversation, and I get to decide what I deem as credible or not. Right. And I think there's a lot of people that are benefiting from this tragedy on
Yes, they
social media.
are.
And I don't like that. I think it's
Hey,
disgusting.
I
as
agree,
So,
much
but
of a waste of time as it is, I have in the last few days, a few nights ago, I've sat and literally kept up, like super chat, stickers, membership. Yeah, like when you just
what
basically sit there and you just throw out rumor after rumor after rumor, and your subscribers are going up, and you're literally bouncing in your seat, getting giddy about it. And I'm sitting here adding up, and I'm up to like, okay, 3,000,
uh,
3,200. Like he's
mm,
making this much
mm,
money in one day? Wowzer.
not good. That's not
Get on the
okay.
dollar
That's
train.
not
Look,
what this
folks,
is
it's the
about.
dollar train. The dollar
That's
train.
it's
Every
not what
time you
this is
donate, the
about.
dollar train gets longer.
well, if I
Yeah.
I would
may,
hope. Oh, please.
don't you agree though, hopping up on panels and mentioning so-called neighbors and CPS reports and throwing,
Questions.
well, you didn't
Yeah.
really ask them as questions, you kind of wrote them as factual. Like, I mean, you kind of said it as factual. Like, well, what about the CPS report?
Right.
See,
What
I never
about is
heard it
the
was a
question.
CPS report. I never heard it was a CPS report. I heard that he had
Oh
said
Lord.
something to the counselor at school, and that the
Help
school
me now.
had,
Help.
No, it was a
you
CPS
know,
report.
and that
Hey,
they
Chris has
nonsense is
contacted a
one.
CPS worker, but nothing happened with it.
CPS did
That's
investigate.
what, okay.
He did. Chris
Nonsense
has
is
an
wanting to come up. Could you drop her a link?
Okay. Give me 1 second. CPS. Chris has acknowledged that CPS has was in touch with him. There was no end result because Sebastian remained in the home, and then they had a
Right.
conversation with him about how harmful it is. So that's all. Yeah, that
Well,
did
I'm gonna
happen.
hop off of here. I appreciate you letting me get my thoughts out, and it's important to me, so I appreciate it. And I was hooked right away when I heard something different than you hear everywhere.
I
You start
appreciate that. Yeah,
listening,
I'm glad
you
people are
know,
starting to
and
listen.
and yeah, that's all I want to say. Is what it is. I don't think any of the families involved. I think the kid got up and ran away from home and probably got lost, and probably, that's the most likely scenario percentage wise, is probably he's out there somewhere, death of exposure. I didn't want to say it, but
Mm.
Mm. Well, I pray
you
not,
know,
but I do appreciate your coming up, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you for tuning in and
yes,
listening.
ma'am.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm subscribed. I'm keep listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Have a great day.
Talking of subscribing, have you all hit the handy dandy little thumbs up
That
for
beautiful
Granny?
thumbs up. Thank you,
Yes.
Lee.
You're
So
welcome.
what I wanted to touch on was the whole, because this kind of took a whole circular conversation, derailment, if you will. What I wanted to, what I really wanted to touch on was the new PR guy, the new, why Seth is coming out with a PR. You guys have any opinion on that? Any thoughts on why that would be going on and why now? Or
I find it interesting. The handover situation between PI PR guy is also interesting, unfortunate as well, because I think even any well-meaning effort can be taken as a sideways issue at that point. No matter how well it is spun, it's always going to look sus. No, it just does. Um, and I think there can be no harm to such thing. What is curious to me, though, again, is that there aren't more professional types of PR relations that make an effort to reach out to these families, that it's always somebody who seems to have zero experience in dealing with these things, no matter how well-meaning you are. I mean, good luck. That's going to be a heck of an effort. And especially then, if that particular person should happen to have anything within their background, that adds to the speculation at that point. It doesn't help. So
and that's
it's,
what's happening.
yeah,
And
it's
could the
layers of
PR
unfortunateness the whole
could
way
the,
down.
could the PR guy be because the tide is starting to turn? And is it possible for damage control to keep him in a positive light? Who knows?
I think that's a very good possibility.
I think even a professional would struggle to um, put a positive spin on certain things at this point, because there is such a whipped up tension. And again, we only see a snapshot of it over here on YouTube. It's very different on Facebook or any other platform. And again, those are all just the social media parts where we're just talking about a thing for the most part, no matter how measured your own speech might be. Other people are whipping up the most furious storm, and it only builds from there. It never settles. No matter how calm, measured, contained a thing is, it only seems to get worse. So it's not a question of stopping certain things, it's more just how do we move forward? How do people start to see that if they are focused on finding Sebastian, talk about Sebastian?
That's not going to
Exactly.
change.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Hey.
I wanted to come up for two things. First of all, even Stevens, throwing around a diagnosis. Granny, I'm sorry not to cut you off or anything, so you can cut me off if you need to. But even Stevens, you just said you potentially think Seth is on the spectrum, in other words. That's unnecessary, truthfully. Like, we have no indication of that whatsoever. We have people in fight or flight mode right now, going through an extremely traumatic time in their lives. If you expect anybody's actions, reactions, anything to be normal or what you perceive as normal, that's kind of wrong time, place. Anyways, but one
Right.
thing I wanted to mention is I'm hearing so much misinformation of what people think is fact in the baseline of this story to begin with. There's people up here that have obviously listened to a lot of the salacious rumors, misinformation. Disinformation is actually what it is, because most of the time it's intentional that they're going with these rumors. And you're completely basing your thoughts and opinions, which is fine. Again, everybody's entitled to your opinions. But when you're actually talking about the baseline of this case, there isn't all of this fluff and circumstance and all of this stuff. You also have a timeline here that people are saying is current things that happened recently. Well, no wonder. No, a lot of the stuff that has been brought out was years in the past. And everybody is kind of grouping it all in like one current situation. And I'm not talking about all of you on this panel, because I know of you, a lot of you feel the same way, similar ways to how I do. But it's really important to get that baseline of the facts and the details and weed out the misinformation, disinformation, rumors. We know the neighbors, not the one in the comment section, the one that did the recorded interview. That is complete and utter BS. Not
It is.
factual, not, there's more that will come on that.
Can you give people a one line explanation that would help a little bit? Because I think it would help.
Absolutely.
Nonsense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we know for a fact, it has been turned over to TBI, that there are subs going to creators claiming that they are talking to Chris and Katie, and then they are setting up interviews, false information, and even forwarding messages to creators that this supposed person is having with Chris Proudfoot.
Yeah.
And
And there's
it's in text
receipts, but
message.
it's just not a
Yeah.
time to show them. And when it's time, they will be shown.
It is
Yeah.
very problematic. There is a lot of chaos and confusion that is happening. People are pretending, flat out pretending, to be the parents of a missing child for no reason, or that they have contact with the family and they're going, and people are running with this stuff as fact that they're actually speaking to Chris. Meanwhile, this creator is running from one place, or not creator, this sub, that could be more than one of them for all we know, is running around doing all these intentional things behind the scenes. There is so much misinformation. Just pulling back a little bit of that interview with, let's say, the neighbor. I mean, we had the uncle or the cousin supposedly call into T-Rev's show too. That was complete BS. The cousin says he hasn't seen Chris in 8 years, but he knows Katie. Meanwhile, Chris and Katie have only been together for 7 years. He wouldn't even have known, like, it just common sense things. But the neighbor interview, for specifics, he was giving out information about, well, this is just hearsay. And he was saying the same rumors repeated over and over again, the same Texas Roadhouse rumors that came out from a certain creator in the beginning of this, that they had connection to, all of that stuff. And so what they've done is build on this misinformation and add more pieces to it, more characters. But the base of this is very unfortunate. We don't have really many facts at all, many details at all. There's nothing. So people are taking all of this salacious stuff and building stories. Anyways, that was what I wanted to say.
Because that's what sells. That's why this so-called neighbor waited 2 months after all this speculation was put out there, and they just built their story around the speculation. That's it. It's so anybody with common sense can see what that was. They just literally read all. And T-Rev did the same thing when he had a neighbor or a friend of Stephen Stoto call in, or Stephen Stearns, I'm sorry, in the Madeline Soto case. Same thing. Person calls in, they know of him doing essay and this and that. And how many times is Trev going to do that? T-Rev,
Well,
how many times is he going to do that? And he sits there with a stupid face, like seeing if his audience believes it or not. And once he realizes they don't, then he kind of acknowledges, oh, yeah, that was probably. But at that point, damage is done, because there's always going to be one fool in the audience who's going to take that at face value and believe the bullshit.
right, more than one. There's a lot. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that seem to take and put weight on the information that is provided by some anonymous caller, and then you see a build up of the amount of call-in shows that are, talking about the case. One creator does it, then they review somebody else who's done it, and then they start their own call-in, and then somebody else will do it. Now the same people are calling into multiple different shows, and if you pay attention, you can recognize their voices. You don't need to be a trained professional where you're like, what's happening here? Why are you determined to do this?
And what does it
And what?
remind you of, Lee Frosty?
Oh,
The CPS, that the person
right.
that was charged with it, so that happened in Summer Wells case. You had a creator literally orchestrate to have somebody come up and pretend to know the foster parents of the Wells police.
And look at what happened. Look at how that snowballed. And that's where I was sort of going by asking Hot Mess earlier if this was, just a case she had came into, or had she been around for a bit longer. It was just curiosity. It wasn't a judgment, because those of us who've been around for a little bit, you either sort of seem to fall on one of two sides, where you either go from channel to channel, just taking all the information and watching it like it's daytime TV, or you start to see that not everybody is on the up and up. Not all the
Right.
information that they're
I think
supposedly putting out
where
is information. It's gossip. It's rumor.
and
It's speculation, and people are taking that as factual
I
because
think it's
somebody on
where
YouTube has
intentional.
said it.
I think it's where intelligent people stop and ask the questions,
But
right?
it's not
Yeah.
about intelligence, no, because a
So
lot of people are intelligent and still believe these salacious things from whatever their personal experience is. It still directs the narrative, whether or not they're intelligent or not. There's some very intelligent people that
okay,
buy into this stuff.
No, but she's
sure,
right
but
that
shouldn't you just be asking the questions?
right.
You
Asking
know,
a question does help.
taking in what other people have discovered, trying to get to what is factual, because the public has been called in,
Right, but
and
that's
that's
also
where we get into this weird circus.
well, respectfully, I disagree because so are
Yeah.
you saying if you have a missing child, don't come to the public for any type of help in that missing
Not
child,
even
or else
close.
we have the right to dig into your life and tear you apart? I mean,
Not
that's
even close.
because that's
That's not what I mean.
To
What
add
I
to
mean
that, though,
is
go ahead.
that it has been put out there that, the public come, help, be involved. And that
Okay,
just
there's
gets,
help and there's attack, trash, harass, and threaten.
right. Help
And
look
I
for a
put
missing
out
agree with
child.
lies that you
harass
don't have
and
a right to do.
No,
I
not
agree
directed
with that.
towards you, Hot West, but
I know. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think it's a fair point. I think it's a good point to make, actually. And I wish that more people that are, bystanders in all of this would question what we're being fed. So that's where I've come from today. And that's
okay.
why I wanted to join the panel, and I wanted to ask questions that I personally have,
But then
and hear
following your
what you
logic,
guys have to say.
then, what factual basis have you seen about the CPS report? Just following that one thing, just so I can get a grasp of where you're coming from.
Sure. The only factual basis I have from that is that there was a teacher that reported, and that CPS went and investigated. That's all that I have. And then the rest of it is all YouTube drama.
Right,
So you ask questions,
right.
and you don't believe everything you hear. I think that would not be appropriate. And take it from that point, right? It comes back to, it's all about Sebastian. The child's been missing for more than 2 months,
Mhm.
and we have to stop and go, how do we help? How do we help? Why would he leave? Where did he go? A lot of this is like, wait for law enforcement to tell you, just like I said about the, picture from North Carolina. Where's the facial recognition? We're going to have to wait for that. I
Well,
know
if I
that.
may,
Just
if I
on
may,
that,
when
yes, sir,
sorry,
Granny, go
what
on, Liv.
when families come out here, when the TBI or the police, local police, they come out and they ask for the public's help, what they mean is stay vigilant, put up posters, spread the word, keep your eyes open. They don't mean jump in and investigate our investigation. They don't mean jump in and dig into the families, dig into the skeletons, dig into the CPS. Because guess what? The police are doing all that. The only thing they are asking the public's help for is to keep the face out there and keep your eyes open. If you see something, say something. Don't dig for something to make
Exactly.
something out of nothing. That's not what they're asking for help. And I kept
Exactly.
hearing Web Sleuth say the same thing. Well, you asked, they asked for us to get involved. No,
I
they fucking
appreciate
didn't. Not to that extent.
Well,
I appreciate
truthfully,
that. And where to look is a big question that a lot of the public has.
here's the other thing.
Wherever you're at.
Why this case? You know how many kids are
Sure.
missing? You know how many kids have been missing, gone missing since Sebastian went missing? And their families have begged and pleaded for people to spread awareness, and nobody will. It's too much fun to speculate and make up rumors about one case, right? For most of these people. Why not? That's my biggest gripe with this whole thing. If it's about, well, they asked for the public's help. So many families have asked for the public's help, and they
Yes.
won't even share their flyers, won't even do anything for those other kids. This
Exactly.
had the
Exactly.
makings for a salacious story because there was enough individuals to make a villain and to have a hero. They had all the characters. It's like playing a game of Clue. I keep using that, but it so is. Grabbing
Mm-hmm.
the
Exactly
character.
what I said from the beginning. That's exactly what everybody's doing. They act like this is a reality TV show, a whodunit, a solve it situation, instead of the fact that this is a real families grieving, missing their child, and the only help they're asking for from us is to keep his face out there. And Hot Mess, you said, but look where? Look wherever you are. That's the best and only thing you can do, we can do, I can do. Is look wherever I am. If I'm driving to the store, keep my eyes open. If I see something, immediately contact the police. Don't contact Seth. Don't contact me. Don't contact, fuck's sake, please don't contact Mary Lynn. Contact the proper agencies, you know?
But you know how
Hurt.
dangerous that is? Like,
Yeah.
we can giggle about it because it's just crazy that it has come to here. And I'm not shaming anybody because it's mind blowing. Like, you just sit back and are like, what world are we living in where somebody is calling in or cooking up leads? I'm going to use 1111 True Crime as an example. She created and concocted this whole story and version and went around YouTube pulling on the emotional everything on everybody, including the parents. I think we have three, whatever you can put your likes and dislikes about these characters, the family members aside. At the base of the story, we have three vulnerable parents and one missing child. We have families going through their worst tragic moments. We don't have evidence that there's even been a crime committed. Whether people like me saying that or not, it's the truth. Kids do run away. There's oftentimes no crime behind it. We don't know the situation enough to even say. But we have three individuals who, yes, inconsistencies, made some mistakes. You can pull and pick and analyze and do all this stuff. It doesn't bring Sebastian home. So many other rumors and speculation, disinformation that they are putting out there has nothing to do with Sebastian or where is Sebastian. We have gotten completely off track into this complete other arena that now it's let's create a crime here.
The drama. That's what we've gotten into. The drama. This is what it is. It's drama mixed with true crime. It's drama. That's what people.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, as so long as viewers view it and they enjoy it, it will continue. That this is there is literally a handbook now at this point for how this goes, which is why we know without a doubt it is only a matter of time before they all throw Seth aside and they start attacking him. It's the way the story goes each time. It's so unfortunate, but it is the way it is.
If
And
you
I
say
think that's
without a
already
doubt one
started.
more time.
I want to let you guys know I really appreciate all of your input. I wanted to jump up on panel and ask the questions that I had. I thank you for your time and your respect. I've got to go jump on a horse.
Have fun.
Lucky you.
But I will. I know, right? I am very blessed.
Have a wonderful
And
Sunday.
I will, but I do think that, you know, the point you just made about the crime drama that's going on is extremely valid. Keep putting that out there. And I'm only interested in facts. I'm a bystander and I, you know, will help in any way that I possibly can as a, you know, little horse person. So bless all you guys. I'm gonna jump off and thank you so much for the great conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
you coming
you.
up.
Bless you guys.
I think
Have a
I
great
think a
day.
lot of the issue why this case has turned into the shit show that it has a lot to do with subs. And I want to
Well,
point
it
out
does.
that subs, yeah,
Absolutely.
because here's the deal. I understand that people come to YouTube because it's free for most people unless they subscribe to premium, and they come here for entertainment purposes. But this is not a movie of the week. This is a missing 15-year-old child. And as far as facts go and vetting your channels, I'll tell you an easy way to vet your channel and to see if they're doing the factual information. Go ahead and look at that channel. And while they're talking about this missing child's case, do they have a Cash App, a PayPal, a GoFundMe scrolling across the bottom of their screen, or do they have the information to call the TBI with any tips? That's a good indicator of whether they're a valid creator or not.
Well, another good indicator is, are they telling you facts of the case or are they spreading the speculation?
That's true too.
You want to hear something scary? So I'm collecting data and trying to like really understand the bigger picture here, because people think that it's creator versus creator, or just personal, why the misinformation and disinformation is addressed. Just in my research so far that I've done, YouTube research, so don't take it to, it's not that big of a deal, you guys. It's a hobby. It's just something that I'm doing. 54 different channels right now, at least 54. I have 54 links, 54 names of
Wow.
mediums, spirit
Mhm.
boxes, and psychics that have done one, most of them have done at least two, but 1 to 5 videos on Sebastian's case in the last 2 months. 54 is where I'm at. Just spirit box sessions, readings, and tarot card stuff.
Yeah. And that's
That,
unfortunate, but that's what people subscribe to. And it's so sad, but it is what sells.
and
Yeah.
I'm not trashing on anybody's beliefs here. Like, if you believe in, that's your thing. But the problem with that is the baseline for their readings, most of them, is misinformation and rumors and speculation. And they work that in, and it's preying on the people that are most
Yeah.
vulnerable, because the people that usually subscribe to their channels, in my experience only, have been people that are looking for a connection to a lost loved one. And they're so desperate for some sort of connection. You know, grief is a horrible thing for people, or answers. They're looking for something. They have something there. Other people are just interested in it, which is fine too. But you are actively creating a narrative to people who are the most vulnerable, that really want some sort of connection. And that is scary, especially when it's based off of misinformation. The internet is forever. We can't take this stuff away. And it goes back to
Exactly.
Kyle. Kyle looked at me and said, "Well, I guess that goes to show your theory. You can end your little research project here." And I was like, "Why?" And he goes, "Because if 54 channels have done, you know, let's say 2 videos, 100 videos with all this information, they should know exactly where he's at, right? And he should be brought home if they have all these abilities." He's like, "Why would they have 5 readings if their first one was right?" And I was like, "Oh, don't even get me there." But it's right. It's just sad. It's just
Yeah.
emotional manipulation of people at the most vulnerable times. And these are families going through real struggles.
Yeah.
And nonsense is spot on. I don't do much on TikTok. I went over there the other day and I put in psychic medium Sebastian Rogers. I there was so many, and I clicked on one, and she happens to be a young version of Bullhorn Betty. She actually looks like her and everything. Nonsense. I sent you the screenshot. I texted you that picture.
It
It was
I can't
last week.
remember which one. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
she looks
bunch.
just like Betty 20 years ago.
Wow.
She's a psychic medium. Her reading was totally on what Betty had put out.
Wow. Hey, Dick Tim, you're up here. Your camera's on, but there is a screen play over, so feel free to turn it up. turn it
Lana,
off.
you make up a very valid point too. Lana in the comments says TikTok's even worse. TikTok is 10 times worse. That's just YouTube creators that have done readings on this. That's just
Wait,
YouTube
those
channels.
54 you found have been just on YouTube?
Yeah, just on YouTube. I have a whole list, so I'm going to share it. I'll show you guys
Absolutely.
all of it. But
See, this is
Absolutely.
where I struggle, and I don't know if this is where anybody else struggles. My struggle is when we list these people off, then they people go and look. You know what I mean? Nonsense. So for me, I fluctuate between do we bring awareness to the bad actors,
right.
or do we
Yes.
not address them by name because we don't want people to go look? I mean, for example, when one particular creator started getting called out, her views doubled because
Well,
now half people are looking and waiting for
That's
that
true.
next shock value.
Yeah,
here's
it's
the
a
thing.
double-edged sword.
It sure
That
is.
part I think is inevitable. I think it takes
Agree.
people to look, watch, and learn.
Yep.
And you will have a percentage of those people who will see what, or at least a small percentage of what we see anyway. Who'll start to think, well, you're stating this as a fact, but where is your information to back it up? Or you're taking anything anybody will say and repeating it and repeating it and repeating it for weeks. You've no proof to back that up. This is all hearsay. And at that point, they'll walk away.
I
That group
disagree,
of
Wade.
people, I
There's
think
more
you build
people.
on them.
I think there's more people that want that that gossip session, that one.
Oh,
There's a
oh,
lot of people.
absolutely.
A lot of people project their own personal thoughts into these cases, and then they go through these wild, like, conspiracy theories based off of personal experiences, right? Like you were
Yep.
saying, nonsense when it comes to the spirit boxes, right? Normally people that subscribe to that type of stuff are seeking answers themselves. Like Ghost in the Machine said, a lot of time, ironically, they act like they're touching base with a deceased person when we're
Right.
talking about a missing person.
Right.
Well,
That's
and even the panel does that from time to time. Present company accepted, and I'm using this example deliberately, where somebody will say, "Well, my husband," and then gives, works in a similar industry, or
Yes.
my family member is also military, and therefore we
Or
aren't
my
all the
child's
same,
autistic, therefore I
right?
know about autism. Hmm.
That
oh
the autism thing, that's what brought me up on the panel initially. I see so many people misstating a whole lot of stuff just
so
because they
much.
have a belief, or rather than anything that is based in anything that is related to Sebastian. And it's insanity. At
We
that point, we stand
Well, and here's
no
the thing.
chance in helping. None.
Here's the thing. Until YouTube steps in and puts a stop to this money grab that's going on in all these cases and starts holding people accountable for the lies and misinformation that they're spreading in these cases, the harm that they're doing to them, it's never going to end. But is YouTube going to do that? No. Think
Well,
about it.
no, they
Because,
profit off of
you
it.
know, yeah. I mean, what's the creator get? 40% and YouTube's getting 60.
Yeah.
So for all these super chats that you're getting sent to these creators, YouTube's making more money than that creator is off of the bullshit.
can
Well,
I
and
say
It's
something on
the
that?
other way round, but yeah.
Okay. Well,
Sorry,
I'm not
nonsense. I
monetized. So
didn't
I don't
mean to
know.
cut you off. No, but on that level, though, it's not up to any organization to parent us. We have to be our own. We have to be responsible for what we do, and it's up to us if we see something to be able to share it. Just the same way we have these conversations. If when somebody states something, it's up to you to challenge it. Then, if you know that that's not true, we have to be the ones who challenges it. Don't wait till it's somebody else. Don't wait till it's been out there for 6 weeks. Those discussions
Okay.
aren't happening so often. We keep to our
well,
I
own
agree
little
with that.
pockets, and then we're surprised that other people don't know it.
well, that's when, and also it's up to the families as well. Like Critical K,
Yeah.
she was sued by the family victims of a crime, and they sued her. And that's what needs to happen is these families need to start, and it's expensive and it's hard, and it's some of them don't have the capacity to even think that way. Look at the Rusheks, right? They're
Yep.
the Shanann Watts. Her family's now suing a creator for all the harmful information. So hopefully those type of things lead way. But right now, a lot of these creators think they're untouchable. They think if they have the word allegedly, or if they say speculate, you know what I mean? They think that
In my
just means,
opinion.
oh, okay, right, right. In my opinion, it's ridiculous, but it's the truth. So I think there should, as 2024, there should be some type of advocacy, some type of program that immediately goes to the families and says X, Y, and Z. Watch out for social media. Watch out for interviews. Watch out for people that prey on you, and how to navigate the internet being involved in these missing children. Because the answer that, well, you asked for our help, you asked the public for help, isn't good enough. That's not, doesn't justify it.
Can I take us back for a minute? You guys talked about highlighting these creators, and I wanted to give my input on that really quick, if you don't mind. When you
Sure.
said, it brings views to them, absolutely it does. Absolutely, it creates this dialogue. That dialogue is needed. It's necessary because it gets people to start thinking, oh, wait, I just believed all of that.
Hmm.
And I
Yep.
was spoon fed and ate it all. So they go look and they sit back and they listen the next time. And
Yep.
then they will start questioning things over time. And then the creator gets frustrated because they're being questioned and being challenged, just like we mentioned. By the way, your voice is just my favorite thing to
Yeah,
hear.
Aw.
I know. I could
I
listen to her talk
absolutely
all
love
day.
your voice. Um,
Thank you.
but
Thank you.
it's so necessary. Yes, it creates this ebb and flow, but that's normal reality. You want to see people challenging things because it's growth. It's pushing. They are just free flowing misinformation right now with no questioning about it. It gets that opportunity. So yes, people grow out of it, but it puts eyes on where is this coming from? This is a bigger picture than one sole creator. It is problematic across the board. And here's the
Right.
thing for me, I'm speaking for me now. This isn't about taking people's freedom. I'm so sick of this narrative about people's freedom of speech and we want to legislate and take true crime off the internet. That has never been said by me. I'm speaking for me right now. That is not even remotely the case. I don't even want these channels canceled. They can bring incredible awareness if they sit back and realize that victims are humans too. Victims' rights should matter just as much, if not more, for me it's more, than the people telling their story. You have a YouTube button to go live and tell any story you want. You can make up any story, salacious or not. These are real lives. They didn't hire you to tell that story. They didn't contract with you to tell that story. You get to say whatever you want about their most tragic days and kick them over and over again. We don't want people to not have the ability of spreading these kids, the faces, these horrible crimes that are committed, the injustices of our system. Those things are so needed. Transparency is needed, but it has to be done with respect and dignity to the victims. And that is the problem. And yes, it will take laws changing, things happening for victim advocacy. Like Granny said, our local crime advocates, when there's a crime that's been committed, the police department often has a list of victims advocates that they bring in, educating them to know like what they're up against with social media. We've heard that law enforcement tells a lot of these families stay away from it. We could end up working, we as a public, with law enforcement to do a good service and a good deed to help bring awareness if we stop trying to think we're going to solve these cases and just highlight the victims, the stories, the injustices. There's so much good that could be brought out of it. Anyways.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think
Good
unless
point.
unless you see what is actually happening, and it takes time, unfortunately it does, for us all. Not all of us came to YouTube on the same point. Not all of us are even here in this chat on the same point. But you should be learning as you go along. And unfortunately, some of the things that you learn are frightening and disappointing.
Yeah.
But
And
at
I
that
don't,
point, it challenges you to make a change. And we can't all make a massive change. Just like Nonsense said, it's not about petitioning government and doing massive things. We have to start small if we're going to be able to make a change. And that's getting people to see what is happening. When they see it, they will see it.
I
Yeah, but
don't
the
think
problem is, sorry.
no, go ahead, Granny.
I was going to say the problem is reaching that audience, right? Because that audience wants what they're receiving. Hence the amount of people that are doing it, the amount of views they're getting off of it. So how do we reach that audience being on the opposite end? That's where the
You
like
keep having the conversations. You just keep having,
exactly
you build it, they will come. Like, this isn't, that's what, for me, it's never been about, it's the conversation that's necessary to have at the bottom line. I don't care if there's one person and listen to the conversation. And Kim, I agree with you. Some of these people can't change, but they had bad intentions to begin with. They think this is
Right.
an easy money grab. Those
right.
people will never change. Like, there is a whole segment of those. But a lot of these people that did get involved in this arena, in my perspective, now, again, personal perspective, they do want to bring awareness. They do want to help in some way, shape, or form. But a lot of them get caught up in the money aspect of it. Oh, well, if I push the envelope here, because we see that the bigger salacious stuff gets views. That's never going to change. It's just like reality TV. There's a whole reality TV genre. Mainstream media does the same thing. The more salacious the story. And it's not just about YouTube, it's about media. Nancy Grace, my own personal thing here, she does the same thing. She is selling people's trauma, selling people's
Mm-hmm.
worst days. There's an audience for it, but it should be done with dignity and respect. And some of these people, at the end of it, don't deserve any of that. We find out what actually went on. But we're learning stuff about this case before there's a crime committed, before there's a jury, we're learning things that we would find out in discovery or in the trial when things go to trial. Like, we are putting the cart so far before the horse here with bringing awareness and what is true crime. This should be an awareness case, a missing child. There's no crime. We have to sit back and wait for law enforcement to fill in those gaps.
Right.
And what I wanted to say earlier is I agree with nonsense. You always have such good points. But anyway, you're never going to take all of the disinformation out of any story. You're just not. You're not going to on social media. But it's how it is put out and how salacious they get. That's what needs to be. Toned down. I mean, you're not going to
Right.
stop all the disinformation, but how they handle it and how they put it out there, the way they're doing it. Ugh.
Brittany,
How do they look at themselves in the mirror?
Brittany says from the comment section, nonsense. What can be done about the creators on all platforms that come and knock on my door, as well as other neighbors with a camera in their face? I feel like that is crossing a line, in my opinion, beyond crossing a line, beyond
yes.
overreaching. I will use the Watts case.
Mm-hmm.
That neighborhood where that still goes on. People still stalk their homes, still follow those people around. And they were just neighbors, you know. They're still watching the people, the new owners of the home that they lived in. Like, they're still digging out stuff on the new owners that are selling the, like, it is unfortunately one of those things. But if that is truly happening, again, Granny, I hope you're okay with me saying this, but if that is truly happening, please, I hope you have security cameras. Take that to your local law enforcement, because there has got to be something. Put no trespassing signs up.
That's what I was going to say. Put no trespassing signs and call the police. That's the only thing you can do, because fortunately, we're not going to. It's not right. There's nothing that literally we can do to change the course of any of this. The only thing we can do is speak against it. That's the most we can do, and hope that somebody's listening. Like the panel guest that came up here. She said she normally doesn't listen to, this type of stream. She heard this and that. She came out to have a conversation to see, the other side of it. That's great. And that's the only thing we can hope for, really. Unfortunately, what do you do? I mean, laws were changed because of Gabby Petito, because of what they did down in Florida. You gotta fight locally.
Also, you have an HOA, according to the other fake neighbor. But if you do have an HOA in your neighborhood,
UPS delivery truck must have been in the neighborhood.
Maybe you should, just a suggestion. I don't know how this works, but sorry, I'm outside and it just got windy. If you have an HOA, maybe request a meeting for your community, your neighborhood, with the HOA, and see how they can address it and have law enforcement present. That would be another suggestion. Ask law enforcement in the neighborhood to come in, sit down with the meeting, including the parents, so everybody is on the same page. Your questions can be addressed and you guys can come up with a plan. That's another suggestion I would have.
Or if you want to become famous, you could marry the person that's rocking up to your door, and then you can talk on YouTube together and have a great time. Those are your options.
Well,
I forgot
hi.
about that.
Invite him in for Sunday dinner.
I'm back.
Hey.
Hey, hi. It's a homeowners association, Angel. No, I was just going to say that. Does anybody remember Mark Wahlberg being on a game show called Moment of Truth?
Yes. Marky Mark, yeah.
Yeah. And so you guys were talking about, reality TV, right? And I've mentioned Jerry Springer and Dr. Phil and Howard Stern. And, when it comes to our interest, because we have the attention span of a goldfish nowadays. Okay. And unfortunately, we can TikTok scroll, we get 2 minutes worth of information, maybe if it's that long, and they're just going to put out the clicky things. It's the same thing with YouTube, because as a society, we've come to gravitate toward the salacious, the juicy tea, the gossip, all that kind of stuff. And so what you guys were saying earlier, my contribution was to just keep hitting it, because what is it, the saying? A lie goes 100 times around the world before the truth gets out of the gate. And the thing is that there's a marketing concept. It's called bandwagon. And that means that everybody gets on board. Yes, we all agree with this. And until the people actually hear the truth, until they actually realize that the only facts we know about this case are listed on the TBI's website, period.
Yep.
We know his name, his age, his height, his weight, glasses, what he was wearing, and the date he went missing. And we have confirmed the glasses found were not his and the pants found were not his. And so the thing is that that's boring.
Right.
You know,
And it's short. It's 1 minute of content, and somebody will flash up a picture. Then what?
That's it. Yeah, that's it. So in order for creators, just like with the Summer Wells community, and look, the Watts Island is still going on. I mean, new content all the time about the Watts family and that tragedy. And the thing is that as a creator, some people are going to gravitate towards that. Like you said, Nonsense, 54 psychics channels have done at least 2 streams on Sebastian. And, between the 54 of them, one of them should be close, right? And the thing is that I'm not disparaging that, because I'm all about the woo-woo. I'm open to everything. And, but they have a following for that. They have people who want to, maybe the psychic isn't presenting it as they're talking with Sebastian, but they're presenting it as their spirit guides who know everything are giving them this information.
Right. So silly is what it is.
It is, but like I said, there's an audience for that. There's the bandwagon for the psychics. There's the bandwagon for Watts Island. There's the bandwagon for the salacious rumors and pooping on mice and all of that stuff. That is Grandma Sherry, honey, Rainbow Mom.
Right. It doesn't matter when your source is an unverified neighbor or spirit or anything in between, possibly both. Whenever you can't put that person or source up for investigation, you should be questioning it. You should be.
And I want to point something out really quick, if you guys don't mind. So when I started my stream out, what I said was JLR posts it to Twitter, tweet it, whatever you call it, this right here, asking if it was true. I never said this was true, Brittany. You are so obsessed with watching my every move that has truly become pathetic. Worry about, she does. She pays to be on my channel. She's a paying member, okay? And I'm her stalker. What I stated was, this is the turn of the tides. This is what JLR put out there. JLR put this out there, not me. JLR did. It is part of speculation. You all brought out what was allegedly part of Katie's mother, right? That was a discussion you all had, not me at all. And what I'm reading here is exactly what was tweeted. This is what was tweeted. Can someone clarify Seth and Katie's relationship history for me? Because either the math ain't mathin' or Seth is a groomer. Here's what we know. I read a tweet by somebody else. I didn't speculate this. I didn't say it's true. I didn't insinuate anything. I simply put out what was put out. Isn't that what you do every day? Stop trying to look for something wrong with myself and go look in the mirror and question you. Worry about you. I'm so tired of this woman watching my every move and trying to make everything so personal. You are so obsessive, Brittany. It is despicable. JLR tweeted this. That's exactly what I started this off saying. JLR did.
Well, she twisted Arctic Foxes. Please, this is my opportunity to plug that once again. Please go sign the petition that Arctic Fox started for standardizing Amber Alerts across all areas, please go sign that, because that's actually taking action steps to make a change. BJ thought it was a petition to get YouTubers off of social media. That's never been the case. Like, one in the, I mean, anyways, but please go sign those petitions. Like, those are action steps of things that we should all be standing for. Like, we need standardized instead of different Amber Alerts in every protocol in every state and different. That would be amazing to have it standardized. So please take the opportunity to go sign that, because that was another thing that she twisted around and said we were trying to petition, and she's seen this petition. I have yet to see it, but
I just dropped it in the back chat, Granny.
Thank you. Sorry, Granny. I'm out here soliciting for other people right now. One other thing, I don't think Granny will mind this either. Plug for Duchess tonight, because she will be going over billboards for those that want to help. Again, Brittany tried to twist it and say that we were trying to get billboards up against YouTube creators. What was factually being talked about is Sebastian's billboards and where they're going to place them and how people can help with that. So, sorry, there's my little Vanna White production.
That just pissed me off so much when I seen how she twisted all of that. And clearly she did not even bother to watch it and listen, because nothing like that was said. Everything was you were sharing links and things to do good, to help. And they twisted that. So, ooh.
I dropped
That's all
Duchess'
they
link.
do is twist things. But at the end of the day, it was Brittany and her group of people who held an entire discussion on Katie's mom being an RSO. And all I did was say what somebody else posted. That's it. There is math to be had. I'm sorry that math doesn't fit the parent that you have on a pedestal, but I'm not going to ignore the facts of this case, because these are facts when you do actual math, because you don't like the outcome, Brittany. If you're going to discuss somebody's mother being an RSO, then go ahead and read the rest of it right here. But that doesn't fit the crowd you're trying to plead to. So let me do my thing while you do yours, okay? And just shut the fuck up.
I actually watched a stream, and it was like Inception, because Nonsense covered Brittany, and then Brittany covered Nonsense covering Brittany. And because I'd never watched her. Oh, and Granny, I dropped the links in the back. I don't know if you heard that. But and the thing is, what I gathered out of that stream is that they feel that if they're talking about this case, that they're bringing awareness to Sebastian Rogers being missing. And that, the things that she says are not egregious. They're not, bad. They're not, harming the family kind of thing. And then I heard, but it's okay for people to come at me because, I'm doing these things. What about my mental health?
I'm a mom.
Right.
I'm a mom.
Right, exactly. And the thing is that you have to realize that Seth and Chris and Katie and whatnot, thank God, but they don't have channels where they have 400 to 1,000 people in their chat listening to their story, listening to the people that are actually there. And, so if you're on a public platform and you say something that is damaging, it's defaming. I'm not saying that Brittany is saying anything that's defamation or slander or anything. What I'm saying is that if you're on a public platform, that you have the responsibility, if you're going to talk about salacious rumors and go over the weird things that you've heard on somebody else's channel, the cousin, the neighbor, the whatever, I mean, a creator that I love was doxxed with the wrong people information. And it started this huge landslide of people saying that she did some things she never did.
Right.
And
Well, that's the type of harmful stuff people do. But the fact of the matter is, Brittany, when she wants to call out these things or do these things, she calls it awareness. When others do it back to her, she calls it bullying. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You're a grown ass woman. You're a whole ass mother. You get what you give. If you have no problem putting others through the ringer under the guise of awareness, then excuse me, ma'am, while we bring awareness to you. Point blank, period. I'm tired of this coddling bullshit. I'm being bullied. Make a poll. I'm being bullied. When you have done nothing, Brittany, but mention my name for the past 5 days, and I don't even speak on you. So take several seats before you get the answer you're looking for from me, and then you can go live and cry victim some more or bully some more.
And it's
I'm
not the
tired of
Brittany
her.
that's in the chat, by the way. I think she's a
No.
little bit confused. Brittany, it's not you. It's a different Brittany, Brittany J. that
Every time this
we're
happens,
speaking
this
of.
happens. Brittany, there's another creator named Brittany. This is every time.
allegedly.
There's a bunch of
It,
Britneys running around.
Right.
it gets
Allegedly.
absolutely despicable that she calls it awareness when she's doing it, when she's making jokes about the origin of the name Proudfoot, when she thought it was related to Indians, when she's sitting there making allegations of this or that, when she's calling somebody's mother an RSO. But don't you dare do back to her what she's doing to others, because then it's bullying. It's no longer awareness. Where do you define that line? Based on your own, what's convenient for you? Let's get real here.
Thank you, Granny, for dropping that petition, and thank you, mods, for sharing that.
Absolutely.
You're
Unlike the
welcome.
petition to get the FBI involved in something they were already involved in.
Oh,
Hopefully this one can make a change.
yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
She
just,
does, Ghost.
I don't have
But
anything else to add. Other than,
sorry, Grandma, I got annoyed.
I know that's okay. The thing is that law enforcement is involved with this thing. Law enforcement isn't just, sitting at the Dunkin' Donuts talking about whatever sort of sports event happened. They're actually doing their job.
Right. Several
Yes,
cases. There's missing children all over. They're not just working on one case.
there's at least 42 that we know of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just
the
in
thing
that
is-
area.
But we
It's
we just
insane.
we just don't hear about anything except Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers right now.
Yep.
But
Yep.
but there's 40 other sets of parents that are out there grieving just as hard. And we as social media, they don't owe us anything.
Mm-mm.
When people complain
Exactly.
that they can't FOIA CPS records, and I want to know the details of that, it's none of your business.
No.
Nope.
The
If
fact
When I
of the
was
matter
looking up,
is that a child goes missing in this country every 40 seconds. And wouldn't it be
Mhm.
great if some of those kids got the same focus and the attention that Sebastian's getting right now?
Mhm.
I mean, there's been 5 Amber Alerts at least since, Sebastian went missing, more than that. And those Amber Alerts didn't get any of the coverage that Sebastian's getting right now, including one where we knew that the guy was that the child was with a known rapist and murderer. So why can't you focus some of that attention on some of these other cases that need attention just as much?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm guilty of that. I don't cover, just missing children from all over. So I also fall in that category as well.
Well, on that note, though, it's one thing that I hear repeated by such people. Well, if it's so easy to cover true crime, why don't you do it? Well, I know how to unalive somebody. I don't need to go and prove it.
Right.
I don't need to do that just to show that I can. And that's where there's a difference. Just all that we're doing here is pointing out that certain things are unprovable.
Profitable.
Certain things are
Profitable.
not factually true. And yes, some people will grift to the maximum extent. We see that constantly. So
Well,
I'm
and
sorry that pointing out your behaviors upsets you. I'm sorry about that. But then
Mhm.
maybe change what you're doing. Do something else
Well,
instead
and
of getting butt hurt.
yeah,
I'm not sorry.
butthurt. Well, the thing that I heard the other night with Brittany J was that she said that she stopped and she thought about it, which is what Nonsense was trying to point out. Stop and think about what you're doing. And
Please.
Nonsense, you going into the lion's den? Holy cow.
We've done
Girl.
that circle dance with her so
Wait,
many times.
where
Nothing
was the
has
lion's
changed.
den? Where did I go into the lion's den? Because I felt like I was playing with newborn kittens.
It is
Yeah,
newborn
no, I'm
kids when you're
just
crying
talking.
victim of bullying at 36 years old every day.
Oh,
And here's the
when I
thing,
went on channel.
she pokes for it. She pokes for it like she did today, right? Literally poking all day, every day. Here's the difference. I don't spend 5 to 6 hours every day going over the same case. I don't do that. I rarely ever speak on it. And when I do, it serves a purpose. Unlike her, who has literally done at this point over 36 streams about Sebastian in 30 days. Okay? That's where you
Well,
become,
yeah.
and my biggest thing would be admit it. Admit that you are pure speculation at best. You're not true crime. Knock it off with the true crime title. You're not. You are speculation at best.
And Granny,
It's
that wasn't a dig at you at all, just so you know.
Oh, I know, Arctic. I don't consider myself a true crime channel. Absolutely no, it wasn't a dig at me. But you're right. If you consider yourself true crime, then why aren't you covering different cases all the time? Why are you stuck on one case to the point where you literally have more streams than there are days in a month? Because it's not about the case. It's not about awareness. It's not about true crime. It is drama. It is drama. It was true crime mixed with drama. And that is what she is.
Absolutely. There's only a couple of true crime creators that I would recommend to people, and none of them are doing the things that we're actually speaking on, where they're talking about the same case day in, day out, having call-ins, just running with any old nonsense. Forgive me, nonsense.
You're
But
good.
where
Yeah.
where they're just going with anything, that's craziness at that point. What do you do?
It's pure craziness.
I love
It
your
is.
giggle, Ewok.
Thank you.
It's
In
actually
fact,
horrible.
that reminds me though, somebody took my little laugh earlier incorrectly. I wasn't laughing at the family. I was laughing at the insanity of the situation,
Yes.
because sometimes that's all you can do. And I do that. And I'm sorry if anybody took that the wrong way. I
No,
clearly was not laughing at the family. It was more just the what on earth is even happening.
I do
That
the
was
same thing. I that's why I pointed that out though, because I didn't want anybody to say, "See, she's giggling," because I know they're in
thank
here
you.
watching.
Thank you.
And it's pure. All we can do at times like this is sit back and go. You have to have a laugh because it's craziness, but at the same time, I'm sure the family still is like, wait, they're learning more about their lives. I just sit back all the time and think, I can't even imagine being in their shoes and hearing the stories that people have concocted about the life that they've lived. Talking about Katie's mom and stuff, I can't even believe they went to that level because it has nothing to do with the current situation. Of course, law enforcement investigated everything that they needed to there, but there's a victim of that. There's a victim, if not more than one victim. That's re-traumatizing those victims too. And when they're making up complete blatant, well, what if this is why she's that? And what if there's victims behind why she potentially is an RSO, whatever the case may be. These stories are real people. Like it's so weird because people have disconnected themselves to the reality that this is a real family. Like this is not just fodder for the internet to play
Right.
around with.
And
Well, when you're spending, 5 to 6, 7 hours every single day, sometimes up to more hours in a day, literally from channel to channel or several streams at a time, it becomes that, right? You forget that these are humans. You forget that these are real people, because at this point you have spoken so much about them, they have become nothing more than content. And that is where a lot of these creators are at. And that's why we're seeing things like this coming up 60 something days later, where a supposed neighbor comes out and Katie only drove around for 10 minutes looking for him that morning, and power washer, and and then you have these assholes who quite frankly have speculated so much, they add this in like it's nothing. Like, oh yeah, like JR did here. Like, oh, neighbor comes out. These claim, is it true? And they go on that basis. And it's just, It just drives me nuts. But then if you go and you point out anything factual about these creators doing it, then they're victims. They're the victims.
Yeah, perpetual
Well,
victims.
yeah, can I point out something? That this panel here today, with the exception of Arctic Fox True Crime, we don't do missing children. We're not true crime. We're talking about behavior. We're talking about consequences. We're talking about how these are real people. And that's what we're trying to get across, is that, you know, speculation is going to happen because everybody slows down to look at the car accident. That's just the way it is. You know, and the thing is that if you personally agree with what's being said here, that these are real people, we need to stop trying to divide the parents. We need to stop with this, with the troll calling and the speculation and all that stuff, and respect what's going on in these people's real lives. Then we can't support that anymore. Stop buying the tickets to the shit show.
Right. But
Stop
that's
giving them views.
that's where you got to reach that audience, right? And unfortunately to them, that their mind state is so far gone from that, you know, again, when you're spending hours and hours. And I like this, Brittany telling the families they can just log off. How about you just log off when you're up here telling people they're the cause of your deteriorating mental health? How about you just log off?
Can I
Exactly. The shit reaches their lives regardless. They're getting Facebook death threats. They're getting crazy people walking outside their house with cameras. You know,
What if
it,
what if we did to her what she is doing to them? If she can't even handle her own words being played back and corrected, how do you think she would handle what she is putting this family through and those like her, those she is associated with?
Can I follow up on something Grandma Sherry said? She said that, don't watch them, don't give them a view. But sometimes that's counterproductive too, because we know people are going to go view it. I, on the other hand, personally, I want people to watch that stuff, but challenge it. Ask them, put them on the hot side. 9 times out of 10, you'll get blocked and deleted.
I was about
But
to say that you get labeled a
yeah,
granny troll and kicked out, but okay.
yeah, if
It's
you
worth trying.
are going to watch it, have the knowledge that you have seen, oh wait, that doesn't even make sense, that's not rational, and start questioning these conversations need to happen. We can't shut them off. Telling people not to go watch it is like, we know how that works. It's adults are going to do what they want to do.
Right.
So
Giving a baby candy, you're telling them not to do it, so they're going to go do it twice as hard.
Well, and
ideally,
there are people who intentionally, such as her, I don't know if you realized it yet, Nonsense, but I did a while back, and I'm sure you're at that point, where she intentionally pokes for you to speak on her so that she can have those extra viewers and she can play this victim role.
Yes.
It is set up.
she wants a complete back and forth with me, and she thinks that she's going to get
Yes.
this like bully status thing with me. And
Mhm.
she has completely missed the point of how I move, because I'm over on 54 psychics and mediums and don't even have time to. I didn't
That's
know she's done
exactly
2 lives on me in the last 2 days, that she has been like, she's itching for a back and forth. And fine,
right.
keep coming for me. Like, do that. Put your energy on me. Leave the family alone.
Right, because
Because
the minute you respond, then she cries that she's a victim of bullying, but negates
yeah,
the fact that she just spent 2 streams, 2 days going at you. That's what she does to me all
Mhm.
the time. It's like banging my head against the wall. Then I respond, and she goes live. Yeah, I swear I can. And I'm sorry, but please, as a Christian, can you stop using the Lord's name in vain? The Jesus Christ and the oh my gods, they're not very Christian like. Okay, it's Sunday, sweetheart. Go to church.
She's a
God, I'm
perpetual
sick of
victim.
her. She is. She really is.
She
It's
stays in
infuriating.
victimhood. That's her shtick. I think that's her whole role, period.
It
One
is.
thing,
It has
one
always
thing
been.
that I thought was really funny was I happened to go to Brittany's channel yesterday, and she's deliberately getting a shout out because of this. And she was reviewing a call between Terry Lynn and Chris Proudfoot from an entirely different channel, but that's besides the point. The point is that her review consisted of saying nothing.
Right.
No interruptions, no critique, no opinion, just watching the thing. There were a good 25 minutes at one point where she didn't utter a word. So I don't want to hear anything when other people review Brittany's work in a similar fashion,
Right.
because that'll be hilarious.
She can't handle it though. She can't handle it. It is
Right.
I have dealt in this circle of a dance with her for going on 3 years now, and has been the same the same thing. I mean, I can literally tell you how it goes. She pokes, you respond, she's a victim. Poke, you respond, she's a victim. It doesn't matter how you address her. She's better off not being addressed at all. I mean, even this right here, y'all, Granny was over there, and her dumbass mods will go along with it. Anybody who dare disagree, you're now a troll and or harassing her. It's unbelievable.
This is the revolving cycle, though, of human nature. Some people just cannot. This is, I hate to say it this way, but she will continue to do the personal things like her victimhood thing. Meanwhile, this is where I'm at in this whole situation, just so everybody is aware. I don't have any use for the petty back and forth drama stuff. I will call out the misinformation, disinformation, the harm that she's doing in these cases. But this ain't personal for me. Like, there's no back and forth necessary here. I'm going to continue to talk about the misinformation that
Right.
these channels, like her, she is one little speck of a major growing trend and problem out here. But
Right.
she is so egregious about her reaction. She's so reactionary. And
She's so juvenile, is what
I'm
it
gonna,
is. She's juvenile.
yeah, but that's exactly where you want.
It's
That's
not
what you want.
juvenile though. It's not juvenile specifically. Yes, it is, but no, it's not, because it's a psychological tactic. When you have people, that love grannies watching, and they hear about stuff happening, and so many creators out there have this formula down of I'm the victim, and then their followers, their subscribers, the people that love them are going to send them money to show how much they are loved. Doesn't matter what that person says.
Well, nobody loves me. Nobody sent me damn money.
I'm telling you.
No, but I know what you're saying. And then if anybody goes to defend me, now they're sent by me, right? I even though I haven't talked to anybody, I don't even know what's going on. Dare anybody that's known to support me go and comment my defense. Now she's being harassed. Now I'm sending people to harass her. It's like literally, I'd be better off arguing with a kindergartner. That's why I don't acknowledge her anymore. Because she literally lives for it. And when it's just, yeah. But I do get what you're saying, Grandma Sherry. It is a formula for sure.
It is.
Absolutely.
By
It is a
that
formula. I'm
logic,
sorry.
no, I'm sorry, love.
No, you
Go
go.
on.
No,
I
you.
was going to say, by that logic, does that mean that they're bullying creators such as Duchess whenever Duchess puts out
Yes.
information about a case and is very clearly, transparently raising money for billboards and then misrepresents it on purpose? Is that what they're doing to her?
Well, no, because that's awareness. It's only bullying if they're on the receiving end. If they're not on the receiving end, it's simply awareness.
Ah, it's funny how
Yeah.
that works, isn't it?
It's a real fun
Mhm.
little circle to be in with a overgrown toddler. I absolutely love it.
Can I correct something about one thing that Brittany said about Duchess?
Yeah.
Just because I know they're in here, so get her this memo. She continues to say that Duchess's interview was after slimy, whatever,
Yeah.
that one. Factually speaking, how this went, Duchess did her interview first. So just a quick correction there. And not that it matters, but it seems to be really hard to click on the time and date of streams, because I think I've heard, now I can't say verbatim what was said, but that I did 4 live streams in 24 hours
Yeah, that's what she says all
about
the
her or
time.
something. And I'm like, click this stream, click the
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what I mean. She will just straight up lie. She will say whatever fits her narrative, just like her saying I'm her stalker. She's paying a membership to my channel. I never click her channel. I can't even bear
Okay.
listen to her
Wait
voice.
a minute.
I don't know if you know this
Yours,
nonsense, but every
Yeah.
time you play her stream, I eventually disappear because her voice just breaks my soul that deeply because it's been 3 years of it. 3
Oh.
years of this.
You're her stalker, but she's paying for a monthly membership on
Yep.
your channel.
Yep. And then she'll tell
Yeah, that
everybody.
makes sense.
She'll tell everybody that I'm in under members only, attacking her family. I don't even do members only anymore. It is so
Okay.
manipulative. You just reach a point where you can't even bear to listen to her, and that's where I've been with her for a long time.
Granny, every time I'm reviewing her, just a little secret. I know we're public and there's probably like 600 people in here, but shh, don't tell anybody I said this. Her voice grates on my nerves by the end of the stream. All I'm hearing is
Yeah,
there's
that's
horrible sounds playing in my head by the time I'm done with it. And most of the time is what we have here is a failure to communicate. Like that sums it all up.
It's so true. It's like, listen to somebody whine and deflect. And how many times does she bring up my name? Holy goodness. Holy goodness.
I've never seen this many people gaslight themselves over gaslighting themselves over watching
It
them
is.
gaslight the first time and then review it again with me reviewing it. Gaslighting, like it is the what I'm like, whoa, where did we
It
get
is
that?
truly unbelievable. And what's crazy is, again, this goes back years. I literally, years of this. At one point, I actually had her on a panel. And I said, Brittany, you have spoken about me every single day. When have I spoken about you? What are you responding to? And at that point, she finally admitted, and it was the one time only, that she admit that she speaks about me every day. And she can't even recall the last time I spoke on her. This has gone on for years. It's just it's so slimy. But what's even gross about it is at this point, oh, I'm so jealous, Amy. Just so jealous. Yep. At this point, she has these people like Amy Flat that has a cartoon fucking cloud avatar that come in and say things like, oh, she's so jealous. She's so jealous. Yeah, jealous. Yep. That's why Brittany pays to watch me. Brittany watches every stream I do, but you won't even see so much as a stream of hers clicked on for my shit, right? Yep.
I mean,
We love her voice.
honestly,
Then go listen, bitch. Why are you here? Brittany's everybody take note. Brittany's supporters are harassing me. I'm gonna contact the bullying agency in Virginia. You guys are harassing me. Go away.
can you imagine now? Take this. Now take
Send
this
me
a
a
step
cash
out.
app.
And Granny, I know you've had a lot of personal stuff going on with all these people, and it sucks. Like I can't. I've been through a little bit of it, and I hate that no creator really like this is ridiculous how far shit gets taken. Truly, it really is. But imagine being the family of a missing child and having these salacious rumors spread about you, not choosing to be a public creator, not choosing to engage with these people, not choosing anything, and have them go at you every day, just trying to take it back a little bit. That, like, I mean, and you've seen the worst of the worst from some of these people, so you know how bad it can get. But imagine being the family and them having you as their target too. Like, I can't. I feel for this family so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's
Well,
what it is. And then the family there respond, and now they're aggressive and they're the bullies,
Yeah.
and you can't win. You
there's
cannot win with these people.
another creator that had a live stream scheduled for today at some point, and their title had, well, their thumbnail had Chris Proudfoot on it, and it was like, Chris Proudfoot says that he knows what we're saying is untrue. Well, how does he know if what he's saying is true? Where's the proof? And I'm like, oh, the irony. I mean, do you even hear what you're saying? To start with, you've done how many streams putting out any old shit? And now, because you're being challenged on it, you're going for an outright attack on one person. Where is your proof that what
Right.
you have said is true? Where is your proof that any of the callers you have had to your stream have stated fact? Where is it? We're waiting to see it. Show it.
Right. They
We will
can't
look
prove it.
forward to it.
They can't prove a negative, and that's what they keep placing these well, particularly the Proudfoots, they keep placing them in a position to prove a negative. They can't. You can't prove a negative, and that's how they keep it going. And then if Chris does come up angry at this speculation, now he's abusive and he's aggressive and he's all these things. They can't win. It's really truly sad. And again, at the end of it, what has gotten lost? Sebastian.
Yep.
100%.
Well,
Thank you for having me
Absolutely.
up. I'm gonna hop down right quick.
Oh, I love you,
Thank you.
Nonsense.
We're
Thank
glad
you
that
all
you
for
came
having
up,
a great day.
Nonsense. We could
I
have
could
done
listen
with
to.
you an hour beforehand because I was literally calling out to you from my soul, like, please, 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 I can't cut these people off, please.
Now that I've been panel hoeing it this weekend. I've just been, out working the corner out here. So just don't mind me. And that's not a
Hi.
dig at anybody that works in the adult industry. Do your thing, whatever you want to do. So don't take it that either, because I know they're in here watching. But
Right.
one thing I do have to ask before I get off here is, I heard that we were going to be shown proof of all of these DEATH threats that she's been getting since I started covering her. Did that happen yet? Has anybody
No.
seen that? Okay.
I haven't
Just
seen
making
any
sure.
of it.
Have a great day, you all. Thank you for
Enjoy
having me
your
up
day,
here.
Nonsense.
Hashtag emailgate.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is so true. Like Jones has said, it's innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. No matter how much these so-called true crime creators try to switch it, again, you can't prove a negative. They don't owe you anything.
Well,
So
and
gross.
and the thing is that like I'm going to refer back to Quentin Simon's case, because everybody outside their house wanted Leilani and BJ to be arrested.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
the thing is that law enforcement was doing their thing and whatnot, and they were so impatient because they weren't in jail yet. You
Yep.
know, and then we fast forward over to Elijah View and Madeline Soto, and we did get some sort of arrest, you know, for negligence or whatever the thing is. And those cases went dead.
Mhm.
And technically, Quentin Simon has gone dead. Hardly anybody covered Leilani's court. So,
Right, of course. That's what they
it's-
do. They pick up the next trending thing. Like Brittany tried claiming, not to bring it back to her, but I'm going to, that she's, or no, it wasn't even Brittany. It was Jay for Justice said, I sat back the first month and watched everything. And then I decided, no. It wasn't until the first month after his disappearance that he even broke headlines. That's when you jumped on it. You didn't sit back the first month. You waited until he was trending.
Exactly.
yeah, it's the fresh shit that everybody wants. Nobody wants the dry, white, dead stuff. They want the stuff that's salacious, the stuff
Yep.
that's squishy, the
That's
stuff
horrible.
that's smelly. And
Yeah.
it just, oh. And my thing is, like I said, you know, we're kind of a panel of behavior people. You know, we're a panel of all kinds of different things. We're not true crime. And so, you know, like Nonsense was saying, yes, go watch the creators that are doing the misinformation and disinformation. The difference there is misinformation is based upon rumors and speculation. You know, they're going to put out their things like this JLR thing, the math ain't mathin'. Disinformation is when they've been proven wrong, or they've been shown that that information is wrong, and they intentionally commit to propagating that information. It's disinformation. And so if you go into a channel that does disinformation or misinformation, you can do it respectfully.
Well, you can try. You can
Well,
try.
you know, no, you're going to get banned. You know, it
Yeah. No
doesn't
matter
matter.
how polite and respectful you are, you can try to do that. And I would recommend that people are polite and respectful, absolutely. But it doesn't go down well. They don't want that. They don't want to be questioned because they know they cannot prove what they're saying. They know
Well,
that.
and part of the problem's also the picking of a team, right? The Seth versus Chris. So some people have gotten themselves in bed, if you will, with the Seth supporters, right? The anti-Proudfoots, that they're not even no longer looking at this in an unbiased, open-minded way. The main values, the main facts of the case are no longer the discussion, because now the focal point has become Seth or Chris, including myself.
Well, yeah, it's not Twilight. I've said this. It's not Team Edward, Team Jacob.
Right.
It's Team Sebastian.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, please,
Well, guys,
yeah.
I want to thank Granny for having me up. I appreciate it, but I do have some things I need to take care of. I also want to thank you, Granny, and Nonsense, and so many of the others that keep calling out the bullshit that's going on in this community. You are an asset.
I appreciate you. Thank you. I
See you
have
later,
tried.
Arkin. I have to jump down too, Granny. I'm going to spend the rest of the day in the pool with the kids.
Oh, nice. We got rainy, crappy weather, but I'm going to go ahead and jump down too. So I do appreciate you all being here and
Thank you,
open.
everybody. I'll see you later. Bye, Granny.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Granny.
Thank
I'm
you.
not leaving. I'm staying here. You're going to have to get security to remove me. I'm staying here all night. So,
You know what? I don't
yeah.
think I would mind that so much, so long as you read me a bedtime story.
We can arrange that. Absolutely. No, thank you very much for having us up, Granny, and thank you for trusting us, because that's the other thing. You don't take it as anything that we are saying as being 100% fact or not. There are opinions, but what the difference with you is you do take responsibility for your channel. Other people don't. They're
Nope.
willing to just put anything out there and say, well, it's somebody else. Anybody else could have said it. Sure, great. Wait till it's your turn.
Right.
Then we'll see how fun you find it.
Amen to that. Ain't that the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I have the
Look at
bedtime.
the maturity. Look at the maturity level of Brittany J supporters. You couldn't be more wrong, Granny Panties. Like, that's your maturity level. That with your avatar tells me everything I need to know.
You big duty head.
Yeah, you dirty butt. Like, grow the fuck
Neener,
up.
neener.
That's
We
the
are
worst
talking
thing I've
about a
ever
missing,
heard.
right? We're talking about a
Yes.
missing 15-year-old child, not the mentality of 15-year-olds. Like, grow up, Amy. Grow up. I hope you're not using your real name either, you fool. Probably a freaking teenager by the way you type. How pathetic. Thank you so much, Beachy. Granny panties.
Wet
Talking of
liquor.
which, I'm taking my granny panties and leaving. I'm going to show them off to the world.
Don't you dare.
We Frosty Ewok, wait, I have a bedtime story you can read. It's called Go the F to Sleep.
Oh, I love that.
I've heard
I
that
love
one.
that story. I love it. So yes, it's done. We're going to have to make that happen.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I love you guys. Thanks so much for everybody who's committed to, trying to keep things level-headed and adult and truthful. And I appreciate everybody. I do. I see what you're trying to do. I see where your heart is. And that means so much, because people like you make the world a little better place.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you.
Aw, right? Granny always makes me feel like we should all just be doing better all the time. I'm like, gosh, Granny, stop
Oh,
it.
the haters are gonna love that one.
Kumbaya, my lord.
Oh
Right?
no.
And
I
then
am
Grandma
just
pops
yeah,
up with her little rabbit hole, and then we're like, oh, we're all lost now. Oh, we're all
Yeah,
being nice. Oh,
we
dear.
are. Okay, well, deuces.
Deuces.
I think for me myself, I think when you've experienced certain things on here, you can be more empathetic towards them. And when you hear these people out here that are crying that they've been a victim of harassment, that they've been a victim of bullying, but you see them actively doing it to other people, I think that's where you come to learn that it's just, they're just full of shit. They're full of the pity super chats that it brings, the pity money that it brings, because anybody who has experienced even a remote level of actual harassment or actual what we would call bullying in quotations on the internet would never do it to somebody else. They just want it. And what these people label as bullying, Again, when doing it to others, they call it awareness. Well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either it is awareness on all four fronts, including when going over your streams and pointing out your misinformation, or what you're doing by having these streams full of misinformation is also bullying. Pick which one you want it to be. But at the end of the day, this whole false victimhood and people being jealous or people being stalkers and all these things, when you are the only one who is repeatedly mentioning my name, Nonsense's name, and dragging these parents through the mud based off your own what? At this point, I feel like it's being done just to go against what me and Nonsense are saying. Because there's no way on earth you're going to ignore the fact that it was JLR who tweeted that and me who read it and turned it into something it wasn't. You did the same thing when it came to Pascal. You did the same thing when it came to Seth. We're not doing it anymore. These are the facts that are presented with this case, not based off of anything other than actual math and facts, based off of things that you and your people have dug up, right? You want to bring out that Katie's mother is allegedly a registered RSO. Well, then bring out the timeline. What year was it? How old was Katie? When did Seth say he met Katie? I'm sorry you don't like it, but these are actually things that are, believe it or not, worthy of speculation. Maybe not to you, because again, you are literally feeding to a certain frenzy. But if you were a true crime channel, you would go over all of it. You would go over every last bit of it. At the end of the day, what I came up here saying is all fact. The police will no longer talk to Seth. An attorney drops Seth. The private investigators drop Seth. Professional search teams drop Seth. Local volunteer searchers drop Seth. And now we're going to see a slew of creators dropping Seth. The main issue around all of the circus that was created here seems to stem from Seth. I know it's not pretty. I know it's not favorable. But in my opinion, that is what has happened. So now ask yourselves, why did one family hire a public relations to make them look better? And what is going on? Why is it after this alleged sighting of Sebastian? What is going to come out here? What are we going to find? What is going to be the end results? Even a very honorable private investigator, SF Investigates, said a lot of people are going to be owing the Proudfoots a lot of apologies. And you know what? I hope when the time comes, you are less egotistical and prideful than you are now, and you actually apologize to this family, unlike you have of the families in the past. There's a 15-year-old child behind all of this that does not deserve what is being stated about his home life and his parents and people that he loves, including his own father. This is Sebastian Rogers. These are videos that his mother and his father, Chris, shared.
Yeah.
Now I'm eating all those words I've said before.
The next one.
What you're seeing on the screen is a happy, healthy, loved child. That is what you see. This is a child that is out with his family having fun. He's confident. And what I suggest some of you do is go make memories with your own children, because God forbid you ever find yourself in this position. The time goes by quickly. Accidents happen every day. With a blink of an eye, you can find yourself in the same position as the Proudfoots and Seth Rogers has found himself. You can only pray the internet treats you better than you have treated them. It is innocent until proven guilty. And it is Sebastian before Seth. It is Sebastian before Chris. It is Sebastian before Katie. I hope you all have a great day. I hope you spend it with loved ones. And I hope you spend it productive.